You guys, what can I say about this trip I just had to Bali with Reset by Design Wellness? It was amazing. From dealing with the healing aspect and being in community with other women who share similar experiences and also who don't, but seeing the bonds that we created, that was amazing. Just the excursions and all the beautiful things we got to see around Bali and experience, and the accommodations were beautiful. The villa was amazing and we had such a great time. I definitely look forward to going back, hopefully on one of the trips next year, hopefully from Mauritius. But shout out to Ty, Kina, and Bondi. You guys did an amazing job. Ty and Kina with putting the trip together and just making sure that you guys catered to like high expectations. And I love that because I can be a little bit of a bougie travel girl. So I appreciate the level of accommodations and just the types of activities that we did. And Bondi for marketing and putting it out there to your community, because that's how I found it. So thank you, because I'm so thankful that I was able to experience this and hopefully experience more and be part of the sisterhood that came from this, because it seems like it's amazing. And I'm so excited to keep in touch with everyone that I met. You guys have been so great. So can't wait to go back on another trip with Reset by Design Wellness, you guys.
Come on in, come on in, come on in, not come on in, not come. Sorry, y'all know I'm weird, whatever.
Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl BondyBlue. So let's go ahead. Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl BondyBlue. Okay, follow me on Instagram and let's get into the video. Right.
And I'm back. What's going on, everybody? Hi. What's up? Can y'all hear me? Hold up, I can't hear myself. Hello. Okay, I can hear myself. Hey, what's going on, girl? Let's do it again. So does Cardi B. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, been playing this album too much. Okay, nigga, like, driving my nigga to work in the morning, like 8 o'clock in the fucking morning. I'm half asleep. Hello, it's me. That bitch. Yeah. All right. What's up, y'all? Y'all ready? I got a cute little show for y'all today. Y'all saw the ad at the beginning of the video. Reset by Design Wellness. Girl, if you still have a job, you know what I'm saying? Listen, if you a Black woman that is still doing good right now, you need to come on this trip, girl. You need to come on this trip, okay? Time is of the essence for you to escape just for a minute. You could come back, but just leave for a little while. Reset by Design Wellness, okay.com in the description box below. If you're trying to come with us to Mauritius or Tulum next year, we are still advertising for the couples retreat, trying to see what's going on with y'all, okay? On top of that, y'all just saw commentary from one of last year's first timers, okay? Tamari. Tamari has a really great hair care line. Also, down below in the description box, okay? Hair Care International, okay? Down below in the description box. Support the Black peoples, okay? We support each other. It's a real dope set of people. Also, shout out to my girl, Kaisha. I'm very, very proud of Kaisha. She came to the Thailand trip, so we've been cool for a couple of years now. And she was always talking about this book and working on this book. And we do a lot of therapy sessions, so we know what be going on in each other's lives and shit. So to see her finish this book, and to be an inspiration to the process, and just therefore, I just feel very, very blessed. Because I don't know how many people can say that, you know what I'm saying, they've been dedicated to inside somebody's book, girl. Struggle Within, Kai Marie, all right? Okay, do you listen? Yeah, girl. All right. For my dad, Vicky Smith Lockhart, my therapist, BondyBlue award-winning YouTuber, thank you for helping me see myself clearly and reminding me that my thoughts were never too much and my struggles were never too small. I'm not gonna do this with y'all today. Y'all can get her book though. I believe it's on Amazon and stuff. I got it through her. So, but I do believe it's on Amazon. She wrote me a little thank you note. She said, the work you do helps bring healing, not just to myself, but hopefully to everyone who reads this book. Thank you for being part of that circle of support. Peja Amari. Count on, count on, count on me. As you can, you know I can, sure you can. Well, then I will. Count on, yeah. Okay, listen. So I'm sorry, y'all. I get emotional. Okay, that we kept singing. I kept singing that when we were on the last trip. Okay, count on. It was very, sisterhood shit. All right. So shout out to Kai. Shout out to Tamari. Shout out to all of the ladies from all of the trips. Ghana trip, the Thailand trip, the Bali trip. Shout out to all of the ladies. I love y'all. Okay, I just had a reading with Amanda earlier this week. Okay, it was good to see my girl. So yeah, I feel colossal, like, like big, like not in a way of like weight, but catch the reference. Okay. Hey, Mr. God, I am him. All right. Nah, it makes me feel special. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I don't know about everybody else, but I do this for shit like that. I do this for moments like that. You know what I'm saying? For moments to like genuinely affect people in their lives in such a positive way. The times that y'all send me DMs and emails and y'all in the comments and y'all say things to me like that about how I've helped y'all in some way or something I've said that has made y'all lives better in some type of way. I am very appreciative of that feedback because essentially I feel like I didn't know that's why I was doing it for a long time, but essentially I feel like now that's why I'm doing it. So I saw a chick on TikTok just saying, speaking on politics, current state events, all of the shit, world events. And she said, if you help the women be stronger in their individual households, that when it's time for us to really take over like we're supposed to, all of the women in their individual households that had built up the strength will be prepared ahead of time. And when that was said, just right before I came up here, I was like, click. And I know this, but I love when I feel God is sending me messages because I will hear them over and over again. And I'm like, all right, I hear you. Like the comedy show thing. The comedy show thing is definitely I'm going to keep saying it until you do it. I'm going to keep saying it until you do it. And I go get readings and I hear it. And, I see other people doing it and I feel that feeling inside of myself that's like, why aren't you doing it? You know you can do it. You can see yourself up there. You've already saw yourself up there. Why aren't you doing it? It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But essentially, I know that I'm just supposed to be affecting people in a way that helps them have a better experience, wakes them up a little bit, helps them think. Even if you don't always agree with me, I hope that you can at least learn from the thought process, the way I think about things. I may not always be right about everything, but the way I think will absolutely like protect you from the way people be moving out here, if for nothing else. Okay, if for nothing else. But I do want to get into the thing, y'all. And we're going to start with some local shit. All right. Yes, girl, starting in local New Orleans news. We got an election coming up in New Orleans. I don't have to vote for that because I live in JP. So, I'm sure Helena will get the spot. I mean, I remember when, I was working at the news station when Helena was a part of city council the first time around. So, I've been talking to Reggie. Reggie sent me a whole list of things that she's done in the community. I know a lot of people. And then I also, I feel like maybe I should go into helping people deal with how to handle like kind of like an Olivia Pope. Like, not really, but a little bit. Because I feel like the way I think, I could help people market themselves a little bit better for the goal they're trying to get across, right? Because I noticed I was just like, I think Helena got like good people on her team, but it was like the way some of the stuff was being done on social media. I'm like, y'all are not utilizing these things in the way y'all should. Some of the people that was trying to, because I'm spacing right now other candidates' names and shit. But yeah, I just, I think it's interesting. And sometimes I'm like, y'all could have did this, I be thinking about it. But that's because I pay attention to the patterns on social media. I see the way people respond to things, just like I know now. And I even knew back then, Kamala, the reason why Kamala didn't connect the way she could have is not just because of all the things. The election was stolen, people are racist, people hate women. Those are your top 3 reasons. Yes, okay? Essentially, no matter what, we hate women, we hate black people, or people that are black adjacent, biracial, BIPOC, whatever the fuck. We hate these motherfuckers, okay? You're a woman, you was married to a white man, give niggas a reason to hate you, you know what I'm saying? But she would not be, people don't believe you're genuine. So don't wait until after the election to call these motherfuckers. Like, when you got up there and said that this country wasn't built on racism, like all of those little moments, all of those were the moments that you should have been either holding your tongue until you could say, or saying the right thing, saying the truthful thing. And we as black women, I think, the 92 or whatever percentage of us that voted for you, it's because we're not dumb, right? We're just looking at the overall situation. We're not stupid. We've been here before. We know that's not going to be good. This may not be that great, but at least it won't be as bad. That's how we understood it to be. Everybody acted like that was a faulty, system to live by. And I'm just kind of like, I wonder if y'all still feel like that, because this shit is whoa. Every day I feel like, why am I not moving fast enough to get us the fuck out of here? Like, why am I not moving fast enough to get us the fuck out of here? Because I don't trust that the people that are in position, like, I don't trust that y'all are gonna, like, I feel like, essentially Democrats and a lot of other people, y'all just gonna sit there and watch all this shit happen. And I know y'all not really just sitting there, but I want people to like form groups and go in and start arresting some of these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want y'all to ignore some of these, red herrings and red tape and all of the procedural things. Like, I want y'all to ignore some of that shit the way the Republicans are. I want y'all to ignore some of that shit, and I want y'all to just straight up go around arresting people for crimes against fucking humanity, since they out here arresting people for just freedom of speech. So on some level, I just kind of feel like, you know what I mean? It's a lot going on right now. It's a lot going on. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So I say all that to say, with everything that's going on, it's fucking stressful. And stories like these, I sometimes wonder what the fuck is going on with everybody. Like, stories like these are the signifier to me that the community at large is not okay. I love everybody, okay? Before I get in, because this episode might be a little upsetting. Girl, but I gotta say how I feel. The community is not okay. And the reason why I say that is because all of them niggas that escaped from prison was supposed to be in prison. As somebody that grew up in New Orleans, I know that most of the time, people that are in New Orleans Parish Prison are repeat offenders and people that consistently go back because they feel like a life of crime is a career choice, a lifestyle choice. At some point in their lives, they decided they didn't have any other choices at their disposal. So they decided they were going to go head first into this shit. A lot of the times, you really can't help it living in New Orleans. That's why so many people try to get their children out of New Orleans, because if you don't go to the proper schools, if you don't have them involved in all types of extracurricular activities that cost money and shit, your kids are susceptible, especially your sons, are susceptible to getting involved in crime, stealing, people's cars, robbing people's houses. Gang life is very normal up and around these parts. And a lot of the times it's really because parents work too hard. They not watching their kids, or the people in the family they mind not right. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. They mind not right. A lot of people's families' minds are not right. Okay. Everybody has that. They help their family, so I'm gonna help mine. Okay, well, now niggas been in and out of jail for the past 25 years. Now what? Since we always want to save everybody from the consequences of their actions and shit. Okay, I'm just saying. So I know when I see a whole bunch of niggas escaping from New Orleans Parish Prison, I know that usually all them niggas is supposed to be there. All them niggas was supposed to be there. Meaning we as the public should not feel like these are some people that was in there on some trumped up charges. Okay? I saw some nigga online last night talking about if we didn't live in the state that we live in with the laws, he would be free. I'm like, maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Okay? Y'all, I really was looking at this story like maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I just don't know what the hood people know because I'm not in the hood, bitch. I told y'all I grew up in the East. Somebody kept trying to make it seem like the Ninth Ward and the East were the same thing. Listen, it is the same. It's the same ward. We don't have districts. We have wards. It's the same ward. It is not the same neighborhood. It's not the same place. Matter of fact, you have to cross a body of water to get to it. It's not the same. And it's especially not the same if you grew up in the East in the 90s, before they decided to make the apartment complexes in the East Section 8. When they did that, all the niggas that was in the projects that they closed down in the city moved to the East. Shit got more hectic when that happened. Listen. This is just what happened. I lived there. I know. Fuck. Okay? It's all right. But shit changed. Okay? People used to have their doors open and all of this type of shit. Doors unlocked. Neighborhood was very, very safe. Kids could be outside at night. We used to have fun in my neighborhood. Shit. Then them niggas moved into that house on the corner, and my daddy said that the neighbor across the street said one of them niggas was trying to sneak into the window. It ain't nothing but girl children in this house at this point. My daddy went around the corner with a pistol in his hand. Because you have to have, like, if you're going to have niggas doing shit like that in the neighborhood, then you have to have the man that's not going to go straight to the police, but that's going to go around the corner with the gun in his hand out in the open, and nobody's going to do anything about it because they know who that is, and he must have a reason for that. Okay? My Paul must have had a reason. Nobody said anything. Okay? That's the type of person he was. Okay? We appreciated him for that. Sometimes. But now in the East, it's different. It's very, it's very, very wild, wild west. It's very, are we sure people live down here? And it's some of the nicest houses. Every time I go play cards by my aunties and I got to go on that side, I could drive to New Orleans with my fucking New Orleans East with my eyes closed, off that Reed exit with my eyes closed. Do you hear me? Okay. But I swear for God, it's not the same. The houses are just as nice. The energy around is not the same. The Popeyes is still the same. The Wendy's is still the same. Girl, that's the Wendy's my mama ate at I think on the day that she went into labor with me. That's the Wendy's that the lady went and ate at. Okay, it's still there. The hospital I was born in is not. Okay, it's just so different. I miss it. I miss New Orleans, man. I miss old New Orleans. Like I ain't still here. I miss old New Orleans, man. I had to get that off my chest. Okay. But y'all some ignorant motherfuckers where I'm from. I love y'all. Y'all ignorant as fuck. It seemed like a lot of y'all wanted this nigga to get away because back in the day, 3 years before he was born, his grandmother, who filed a police report against a police officer, got killed in front of her house. Terrible fucking story. Okay, police go to the lady house. I think they shot the lady like 7 times before this nigga was even born. No connection whatsoever to him in 2018 going to a parade and being responsible for the killing of, I believe, 4 people during a parade. I believe. Hold up, y'all. Because the letters on my computer look weird, and I don't know what that's about. Okay, but yes, Derrick Groves was convicted of killing Jamar Robinson and Byron Jackson during the 2018 Mardi Gras shooting in New Orleans. He has also pleaded guilty to manslaughter in 2 separate cases, meaning he is linked to the total of 4 deaths. Okay, that's the story. Okay, so two deaths over here, 2 over here. All right. At the time of his October 2025 recapture, Grove was considered one of the most violent criminals to have recently escaped from a New Orleans jail. His criminal history: being convicted of 2 second-degree murders, pleading guilty to 2 counts of manslaughter, being convicted of 2 counts of attempted second-degree murder, being convicted of federal firearms and narcotics violations, being charged with battery of a correctional officer after his conviction. So he beat somebody's ass. After, while in jail. Okay, they say Groves opened fire with an AK-47 style rifle during a family block party in New Orleans. So again, New Orleans people, I love y'all, but what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all wanted him to be free, and this is the type of nigga that would have killed you and your little cousin that one day at Mardi Gras when everybody was just trying to have a good time. What he went to jail for had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to his grandmother. People tried to connect that shit when it first happened. But I'm not one of them people that's like disillusioned into thinking that every black man that's behind bars is there because it's some great racist injustice. Like overall, yes, we could take the steps all the way back to what type of New Orleans did he grow up in, born in 1996 when we was one of the murder capitals? Yeah, absolutely. When I tell you all of the people that how many people died between 1991 and Katrina, like literally almost every other year. And I'm just talking about people was getting old, but also there's a lot of death in general. A lot of people got killed. Generation X of New Orleans, I mean, a lot of their classmates was gone before niggas got into their 30s. If I'm recalling correctly, my sister, my older cousins' classes and all of that, this is your dope boy, drug dealer girlfriend, real, that's their era. The hot boys, BG and all of them, before they went to jail, this is their era. I'm telling, the violent times, okay? So if your grandmother passed away and not everybody growing up in your house mad at the system because of what happened to the grandmother, nobody is paying attention to Derrick running around the neighborhood becoming a career criminal. And y'all gonna try to feel like he should have been out. He should have been free because of what happened to his grandmother. Even though he's somebody that's so reckless that he will shoot an AK-47 into a crowd of people, could have killed anybody, could have killed kids, could have killed people that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. And y'all wanted him to be free because y'all think niggas that escape from prison are runaway slaves? Am I to be correct on that? I just want to make sure. Then let's get into the video. He was the last one, y'all. If y'all don't already know how this story went, the last New Orleans inmate still on a run after a jailbreak at the Orleans Parish Jail inmate has finally been caught. According to Brian Fair with the U.S. Marshals, Derrick Groves was apprehended following a standoff at a home in Southwest Atlanta. He was located near the corner of Campbellton Road and Honeysuckle Lane. If you remember, Groves broke out of the New Orleans jail on May 16th alongside 9 others while the rest have been caught. Groves has managed to stay on the run for nearly 5 months until now. Y'all remember all of this, right? Okay, let's go through some of the videos. First of all, the music choices that people was making, hilarious.
A man in
Okay, this is the actual bitch. I was about to say, because listen, the music choices that they was using when they was pulling this nigga out this house was crazy. I wonder who told them.
custody. His hands appeared to be zip tied behind his back. It appeared that he was cooperating with police and not resisting their arrest. It was a multi-agency response. A SWAT team surrounded the home, and now it appears that Groves is back in custody. He had turned 28 while he was on the run. He was the last inmate still on the run after the May 16 jailbreak, in which 10 inmates escaped from the Orleans Justice Center in New Orleans, with a man in custody.
Just a little while ago,
Hold up, I got more video, bitch. Hold up. Okay. They say federal investigators previously said they believe Groves received help from outside accomplices, including former jail employee and girlfriend Dariana Burton, who has since been arrested and charged with aiding the escape. You hoes. I just want to say, like, all you hoes have no self-respect. Anybody that's willing to go to jail over a nigga, like, you hoes have no self-respect. Now, I don't know how old y'all are, but that's sad. You hoes have no self-respect. Because really, you about to do federal time for a nigga that was really just manipulating you? Because please no nigga in jail, like, really loves you, bitch. No nigga in jail loves you. Please stop. And if you think he love you, let him get out of jail and prove his love. Okay? I fight every night to prove my love. Yeah, you need to let that nigga prove something to you. Here you go. Y'all, it's so funny. I never liked when they changed their thing to Fox 8 local first. Oh, I did not like that. I hated when they changed it. And now I know why I didn't like it. I really have to trust myself more. Sometimes I don't like shit and I feel like, why I don't like this? I feel like I don't have a reason. And if I don't have a reason just yet not to like something or somebody, I feel bad about it. You know what I'm saying? Or I feel like I'm just being contrarian. But now that this is all played out, the news station being called local first, is that the same thing as America first? You know what I'm saying? Like, God bless America and no place else, nativism. Like, y'all know I don't get jiggy with that shit. I feel like it makes you think that only you and what's happening around you is important. And that's not how the world works. Literally everything that is happening in the world is a byproduct of something else. It's cause reaction. Look at this crazy ass nigga. This crazy ass nigga. Y'all wanted him to be free. He's smiling and shit. Look at him. And I'm gonna tell you, the reason why he was just in Atlanta is because niggas are not smart. I don't know why y'all expected him to, be Jada Pinkett on a fucking bus to Mexico, like. Saturday, it seems like he's dead. Y'all know I be forgetting the words to that song. Okay. Hold on, okay. Okay. Hold up, y'all. Okay. Okay, hold up. Where's the other video? Because there was another video of him being dragged out. I don't know if I saved that one. I just felt like all of the videos of him being dragged out was hilarious to me. I don't know why. Let me see. Did they get another one? Oh, this one. I thought I had saved this one. Here you go. Day after day, seems like I put my head down. They just keep knocking out this door. Since I was born, I'm waking every blessed morning. Down on my luck and your first keep on, you will keep on. You'll be fine, you'll be good, you'll get by. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Y'all know I'm goofy, bro. Leave me alone. I had to find the lyrics. I was sorry. This is like y'all was sad. Like if Jada had gotten caught and she got off the bus with the sombrero, she didn't have a chance to cut her locks off. It was braids. I'm sorry, it was braids. Yeah, nah, y'all remember when she cut it? I'm missing you. That's what y'all was feeling about this? Y'all thought this was some sad shit? Get a life. Okay? Get a life. Okay? New Orleans case. This nigga didn't like what happened with his grandmother.
To prove those three things.
What happened with his grandmother was terrible. Okay? But I feel like men that are reckless enough to open fire, AK-47 fire into a group of people that are just trying to have a good time instead of rolling up on somebody like you in prison and jugging them real quick. I would have preferred you to do that shit than opening fire into a crowd full of people because you could have killed anybody, which means you are not safe for the rest of us to be around. Then this nigga got crazy eyes. Then he ashy blowing kisses at people and shit, even though they putting him in zip ties and he about to go back to jail. Now he's sitting up here crying and y'all hoes gonna be like, he a good man, Savannah girl. They should have let him go because of what happened to his grandmother. No. No. No.
Then you would be released. You also have the right to waive or not have that extradition hearing if you choose. If you waive your hearing, then Louisiana has approximately 15 business days from today to come get you. If they don't, then you'd be brought back before me and I would consider releasing you. However, you may be held up to 30 days before being released. Regardless whether you're released in Georgia, you are subject to arrest again at any time as long as this Louisiana warrant remains active. So even if you are released, you may wish to consider returning to Louisiana to have the matter resolved. Also, the media is here. I want to let you know they filed the appropriate paperwork. It's called Rule 11, and that was signed by one of our judges, our chief judge, and so they are here as well. You also have the right to remain silent. So let me just ask though, do you have any questions about your extradition rights? No. And do you want to challenge extradition or do you want to return to Louisiana?
I want to return where I'm from.
You want to go back to Louisiana?
I want to return where I'm from. You couldn't just repeat exactly what the nigga said. I want to return to New Orleans. I want to return to Louisiana. Nah, I won't go back to where I'm from. I can't stand you niggas. Can't follow just simple directions.
Yeah. Okay. So I do find you freely, voluntarily, and knowingly are waiving your extradition rights. I'm going to sign the paperwork, and that's all we're going to do here today. Thank you, sir. Louisiana.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's sad. It's sad, all right. It's sad, all right. Saddest motherfuckers I've seen in my life. Okay? Who knows? Y'all know how this shit go. Who knows? Sad though, y'all. It is still sad. Now, let's get into more local news. Super. Y'all be trying to stay out of people's business, but they come to us with it. So listen, if people that's not even from here gonna comment on it, bitch, I don't know what y'all think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let her talk and then we gonna get into it.
Last night was very tough for me. Got into it with my son. His daddy can't pick him up. And it was so hurtful.
For what?
I'm
just asking.
Trey don't want to listen to mommy. I'm sorry, I didn't know you said something. He's stressing me out. I can't think clearly. Trey don't know how good he had it. He don't understand how blessed he is. Trey did a lot of things that he do not deserve. Out the whole house, Trey room is the only room that's complete. Nobody room is complete. No one that's not complete.
All right, we ain't about to do all this. It's several videos. Okay, I got another one from TikTok. And we ain't about to listen to all of this, but I'm gonna tell y'all what it is. I'm gonna break it down for y'all. Super got a 16-year-old son that she having a hard time with, right? And it seems as if the young man is upset. He is disrespectful. She asked him to do something. He hemming and hawing about it. He don't want to clean up his room. She said he the only one that has a finished room. And then she also mentioned she didn't want him to feel no type of way because she's always sitting down with the little girl to help the little girl with her homework. Y'all know how this go. You have a baby when you too young to really take care of the baby, so you're not really there for them. You have another baby later on in life when you're a fucking millionaire. Now you got time and you know you can be a better parent to this child. Your older child recognizes that, might feel a lot of jealousy, a lot of envy about not being able to receive that version. You feel guilty about it. So you give him a whole bunch of financial things, but it's obvious he needs something more emotional and mental, right? Meaning that he needs to talk, and he don't need to just, be talking to his daddy or, other, because y'all like to think that men don't need to go to therapists, boys don't need to go to therapists. They just need to talk to other men around them. So you call his daddy because he acting a fool and he disrespecting your new husband, who apparently you went and married and you didn't even have the kids there. That's your decision. But I did feel like, oh, is that why there were no pictures of the kids and all of that? Is because the kids wasn't there? I just assumed that they didn't put out all the pictures. I don't know. Okay, because I saw the pictures and she looked beautiful and everybody was, oh, they love. And y'all know I'm not no fake ass bitch. So I just like the picture because you look pretty, but I don't usually feel like that. When I see women getting married, I wonder why. I wonder why and for what, especially if it's a toxic relationship, especially if in the past year, you and this nigga done got into it on a goddamn I-10. Okay, you getting into physical altercations with a nigga, and it's not even about, oh, he hitting you or you hitting him. No, it's really about the fact that that's a toxic relationship to even be in. So if y'all putting y'all hands on each other, that means y'all cursing each other out and dragging for each other in front of the kids. How kids' minds actually work, if I'm remembering correctly from when I was a teenager, you respect your parents as much as your parents respect themselves, and as much as they respect you. So if I saw my mama being disrespected all the time, and then I felt like she was taking some of her angst out on me or coming at me a certain way, it would make me feel the way. Especially in my mind, I'm like, yeah, but you wouldn't let that nigga, it's always a yeah, but that you gonna let that nigga handle you in your mind, right? And I also, I remember the first time, my daddy came up out of his mouth and called me the B word. It happened one good time. And that one good time, I just felt like, well, if that just gave me the go ahead to no longer show you respect. I was already mad at you. But once you call me out my name like that, where I feel like disrespecting me in a way that I have never disrespected you, once you do that to me, it makes me feel like I don't have to respect you anymore. Before, I was respecting you because of who you were to me, because you my parent, because I love you, because I'm fearful of you, because I want your validation. But once you disrespect me to a certain level, I'm going to basically be telling myself I don't have to respect you anymore. Because look at the way you just disrespected me. I don't have to respect you anymore. Now, I'm not going to handle my shit in the same way because I'm still, first of all, I'm petite. I'm a girl. I'm a woman. And my daddy was like 6'3". Right? Even when he was sickly, by that time, the grooming is already up here. I'm never going to do anything like to hurt you. Like, I'm just never going to do, even in life now, I'm just not like that. I'm not malicious. It's not my way. And so when I'm listening to her talk about this situation, I'm like, you frustrated, and I get you being frustrated, but you not really doing anything to make him do better in a way that shows your own discipline, right? You are asking him questions like, oh, did you got homework? You got homework, but then you watching him leave the book bag in the car. So it's almost like, yeah, you asking, but you're really not doing that much work to stay on top of him about things like that. You went and got him this whole game system. He hasn't done anything to deserve it, like you said. So why did you get it? Why did you get it for him? Why did, and she said she does take accountability for this because the men around her will keep telling her, stop giving him shit, stop buying him shit. And then when you punish him and take all the shit away because he acting a fool, you have his daddy come and get him because in all honesty, it feels like, it might get physical and he not going to play with his daddy like that because his daddy is stronger and bigger. And so he's probably more fearful of his dad than he is of you. Also, this goes to, if you don't respect women, if you are not carrying yourself as if you require respect from the men around you, I don't know how you think you're going to teach your son to respect you over his daddy or in the same manner that he respects his father. Y'all don't really be paying attention to that a lot of the times. You think shit like that don't matter, but it does. What they see around them, how they see you treated, that will affect the way they treat you. That will affect how they listen to you and how they respect your word. Because if they feel like, man, you let that nigga do whatever, bring that nigga up in here, and now I'm supposed to be kissing his ass. You think your kids don't know what people say? You think your kids don't see the shit that be going on online and all of that? It really is reminiscent of growing up and watching women pick men over their children in some capacity, right? Not in a 100% way where you kicking your child out so your man can be there. No, or the man did something to your child and you excusing it. No, not like that. But in a way of you have no real reverence for your children because you don't see them as people you need to like respect or check in with, right? You don't really handle them like how they feel and how they think matters. And I know y'all think that's the way you're supposed to raise children. They just supposed to listen. Okay, well, that doesn't work. Like, especially in boys, it doesn't work. The whole time she was talking, I was wondering to myself, I was like, why are you just not like asking him what the problem is? Like, what are you upset about? Why are you not listening? It just kind of seemed like, I don't know what type of conversations they're having, but what I will say is, because we don't know the ins and outs, right? I can just only speak on what I'm seeing online and what I know in general about how, people from down here are when it comes to parenting and how I was parented. And as a teenager, what it did feel like for me to be agitated and aggravated and hormonal, but not be able to communicate that in a way without people blowing up, without people getting all, yeah, rah. So by the time you become a teenager, you're so used to people mishandling you that you kind of getting tired of that shit. By the time you become a teenager, you are like the built up angst of all of the years before where you had to kind of just deal with the way your parents treated you because you were smaller. When you start to get older and you start to get bigger and now you're looking at yourself more so in alignment with them physically, it becomes harder to keep swallowing how they treat you in these in-between moments, right? Just because you buy somebody a whole bunch of shit doesn't mean you actually respect them. Just because you buy somebody shit doesn't mean you listen. Doesn't mean you actually are in tune with what's going on with them. It doesn't mean that you're not putting you and your relationship first all the time. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like my main issue with what Super did was coming to us about it. That's my main issue. Because I feel like, girl, go talk to your friends, go talk to your family members, go talk to your paid content people. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all know people that's in my Discord, y'all know I will talk to y'all about some of my personal business, okay? But I will never actually come to the internet. And also, I don't like putting names on shit because essentially, I like to protect my family and the people around me. Because at the end of the day, whatever we have going on, I don't want nobody ever like trying to disrespect my family because of anything that I've talked about, because I'm talking about my life and my perspective. I don't want that. So I a lot of the times don't say names. I just keep a level of separation as to protect the people around me from how you cannot control how social media is going to react when you tell, everybody these things. And I feel like if I was a teenager and I'm having a hard time with my mom for whatever reason, and I remember back in the day what it was like when it would happen in my mom's business, in her shop with all of these fucking people around. The one time my mom got physical with me in front of a whole bunch of people, and how embarrassing that was, and how I felt like it was so like not us. Like I felt so disrespected because I was just like, that's not even the way we move. Like, I don't disrespect you to that level. So why are you putting your hands on me? And it was because she was already stressed out about something else. And now she got one of her ignorant ass homegirls, God rest her soul, but she got one of her ignorant ass homegirls that has a very boundaryless relationship with her kids. So when her kids disrespect her to a certain level, it'll get physical. But me and my mama don't have that type of relationship. Me and my mama don't sit down and drink and curse and act like we friends and all of that. We may do that a little bit more now because I'm fully an adult. But when I was growing up, this specific, family friend had a very, toxic relationship with her kids. And so when she was like bucking my mama up, so to speak, to put her hands on me in front of all of these people, and thank God I have the type of mother that I do have, because she did come back and apologize to me. And she did say, I'm sorry. I know that's not us. I know that's not how I deal with you, how we deal with each other. I'm sorry. She apologized to me. That's why I always, that's my girl, bro. Like at the end of the day, that's my fucking girl. Because my mama has always been the type of person that will say, I'm sorry. I apologize. I fucked up. Thank you. That's all niggas be needing at the end of the day. Because a lot of y'all act like y'all are infallible as parents. Like y'all can never actually be wrong and apologize to your children. But the reason why I tell that story is because that shit happened in front of a whole bunch of people. That shit really hurt me. It really hurt me because, again, that's not, I was never like outwardly. I would get aggravated like any teenager, smart aleck, but I would never be like outwardly disrespectful to my mama. I would never chest up to my mama. So for her to put her hands on me like that, it was like, whoa. And then you did it in front of these people, in front of people. And then I remember for my sister, how aggravating it used to be that things would happen and my mom would talk about it with people. It makes it harder for us to feel safe when our parents are talking to everybody about what we have going on. It feels like a betrayal of the secrecy of what this, and not even really secrecy, but goddamn, like why you got to tell everybody about what we going through? You know what I'm saying? So to me, and that's on a small scale, that's my, our family, the people that's in the business, that's people that's close to us for the most part. I can't imagine what I would feel like if my mama got on the fucking internet when I was a teenager to complain to a whole bunch of strangers about me. I feel like I would really be hurt, right? I feel like I would feel betrayed. And I understand that social media, all of that, it's a different time now, but I really do feel like there are some things that I don't give a fuck what time period we are in. You have got to remember that your children are deserving of protection, regardless to whether they are acting right or not. Because they are teenagers, you have to remember their brains are not working the way yours is. Their hormones are not working the way yours is. And you have to understand that even though they look like adults, they are not. And their emotions and how they feel and how they think can become overwhelming. Not the same way as it is for us as adults. Like now that I'm an adult, y'all, I have a way better time at handling my emotions and thinking about how I'm feeling and not allowing it to tear me up on the inside the way it did when I was younger. So for her to keep getting on the internet and talking about her issues with her son, with all of these fucking people, and then the comments, right? Because like if I was a kid and now I gotta read all of these fucking comments and you mom, like it would just feel like such a violation. It would feel like a violation for my mom to get online and talk about me to a whole bunch of like random motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? It used to be bothersome when she get on the phone and talk to other family members about it. Because now, everybody know, but it is what it is. Like when our family know what's going on, that's one thing, right? It's a whole nother thing to put this shit on social media like that. And I don't really like to talk about whatever Super got going on. Cause like I said, y'all know shit that's close to home. I like the, and I've always kind of kept that mindset. But I'm going to talk about this. To me, this is a problem. This is a problem that you came to us with it. Because I would feel so so fucking mad at you as like, I don't like, I would probably be telling myself not to forgive you. I don't care how much shit you bought for me. Like, I probably wouldn't even want to go back to your house. I don't even care. I would just stay with my daddy and deal with it. Because why would you get on the internet and like tell everybody and have all of these people in the comments, that's how these teenagers be? No, it's not always just that's how these teenagers be. Sometimes y'all as parents are fucked up. Sometimes y'all as parents don't actually handle shit properly. And then when your children start to respond, y'all looking around like you don't know where they got this shit from. They got it from you. Like, I get it. Like, I understand, but no, y'all. This the other one I saw.
No. Let me tell you something. Listen, Trey is so, listen, and I don't even want to even blame Trey because it's really my fault. It's my fault. Dealing with a teenager, a spoiled teenager, is something. And I can't blame nobody but me. I can't blame nobody but me. My husband told me. His daddy told me. His stepmama told me. I can't blame nobody. Listen, when Phil came got.
Let me tell you something. This right here, this comment right fucking here. Okay? She stay embarrassing him. I remember he told her she acted funny when she got a man, but in his face when she is single. She not shit to me. I don't care where she from. But the part about when they good with a man, how they treat you, versus when they not good with a man, how they treat you, y'all, that shit is very hurtful. That shit is so hurtful. I tell y'all about that all the time. Like, my parents were together my entire life. And the cycle of their abusive relationship was very much linked to me and my emotions. And whatever, like, I could never just be a teenager that was worried about their own feelings. I couldn't, because whatever was going on with them, I had to be linked to that. Because whatever was going on with them would dictate the energy in the house. It would dictate how she moved. It would dictate how he moved. And that's my people. Like, my dad, my mom, like, if y'all will, you know, when I say that, it's because we were close within ourselves. We are a unit within ourselves. But the way it feels to be a unit with two other people, and the way they will close you out and they on a good, and then cling to you separately when they are not good, y'all, as parents, please, I implore you, read some books, go to therapy. I don't know, but y'all need to work that shit the fuck out, because people don't talk enough about how hurtful that is to feel as a kid, like how your parents deal with you is predicated on what their relationship is like. Because then it makes you feel as if how you don't matter. You don't really matter. What's going on with them is what matters. And how boys, I think, how they deal with that is different than how girls deal with it. Girls, we just go try to find a relationship, a romantic relationship that will make us feel like we think our parents feel in their relationship. And this is how I get in all my toxic relationships during high school and college. And for him, he's probably just going to get angry and act out. And when you ask him to do the smallest thing, he's paying attention to everything. Let you ask that nigga to do something, he don't do it. And because you dickmatized that day, you like, it's all right, I'ma do it. And then when it come to him, why you ain't do this? Why you ain't do that? And he like, man, you just let that nigga slide, but you coming to me with all of this rah-rah. I promise you, it is literally probably little shit like that be having him upset. And it's a buildup, because it's already built off of, you couldn't give me what you are now giving the youngest child and what you're giving the man. That boy needs to be in therapy so that he could talk to somebody about how he feel in a healthy way, so he can transmute the energy. Sending him by his daddy so he can go back to playing video games with the rest of the incels on the internet. See, this is how the black boys get like drug up into that shit. Because their mamas be on, and this is no disrespect, y'all, but if you in a situation like this and you angry with your mama because of this type of arrangement, this type of situation. New man, now you acting different, that type of shit. What that feels like. The betrayal of what that feels like. You get online and now everybody talking about how women ain't shit. And now you start to think about your mama and the arguments you didn't heard your mama have. And then you start to get mad at your mama because she in a relationship with somebody that you may feel like is a fucked up individual. So now you go from feeling like mad on her behalf to mad at her for allowing it. Now you mad at her. So now when the niggas is online in the video game chat rooms talking about how women ain't shit, like I know they do, and y'all wondering why the sons come out and they disrespect the girls the way they do. The sons come out and it's like, your mama did this, and this for you. How you gonna act like that? It's because y'all don't pay attention enough to the interpersonal shit. Y'all really don't pay attention to how you talk to people, the words you use. And that's what I was talking about when it came to the Cardi B situation. It don't matter how much you do for them financially. And even in Cardi's situation, trying to give them structure. If you are still having chaotic teenage toxic relationship with niggas, exposing your children to that and who you are in those dynamics is going to affect them. And it's also going to affect the way they see you and the way they see themselves. It is so important when you are a parent to understand how everything you do affects your children. Y'all really like to live in a delusional la-la land where you really feel like you can compartmentalize your romantic situation from your children. That is not how any of this works. It's not. Hey, Ziva. I'm going to let her finish a little bit more. Hold up. Let me go to the actual so we could speed it up a little bit. Y'all know I'm going to turn my sound off a bit. Oh.
No. No. Can I tell you something? Listen, Trey is so, listen, and I don't even want to even blame Trey because it's really my fault. It's my fault. Dealing with a teenager, a spoiled teenager, is something. And I can't blame nobody but me. I can't blame nobody but me. My husband told me, his daddy told me, his stepmama told me. I can't blame nobody. Listen, when Phil came pick up, Phil left his house at like 11 something at night. They come pick up Trey. Phil told his dad, Phil told Trey, if I ever hear you talking to this woman like that again, I'm gonna fuck with you. And that's what I respect, because who the fuck do you think you are? If I ever, he said, the way you hurt your mama's feelings, if you ever hurt your mama like that again, I'm gonna fuck over you. And I don't know why Trey think these niggas not gonna rally behind me. My husband gonna rally behind me. Your daddy gonna rally behind me. Like, stop playing with me. What is your problem? I'm your mom. All that talking back, and when Trey daddy talk to him, Trey don't speak, don't peep. You're not gonna hear a sound out his mouth. When Trey daddy is talking to him, Trey is quiet as kept. Quiet. But when I'm fussing at him, it's I'm trying to talk and I'm trying to tell you what I'm saying and you over talking me, you just said, like, who you talking to? Who you talking to? I don't get it.
It sound like he feel unheard. Sound like he felt unheard. Sound like he felt like you're not listening to him. He might be telling you some bullshit because that's a thing. But just energetically, and I think when you said, you know, when she says that the daddy threatened him because, you know, you're not going to be hurting your mama feelings like that. I'm like, you think you didn't hurt that boy feelings? I think that's interesting. You think you didn't hurt his feelings, because I could tell you right now, the nigga's feelings is hurt.
Why when I talk to you, you got so many things you want to say, but when daddy talk to you, you don't got them to say. Why? I don't get it. I don't get it. Trey's job here is to keep his room clean and to wash the dishes and take out the trash. That's his only job here. That's it. Keep the room clean. I did your room as minimal as possible so you can keep it clean. I didn't clutter your room. I didn't put buku shit in your room. I did it that way so you could keep it clean. It's not that much. You got one sofa, you got a bed, you ain't got no nightstands, you got one dresser, you got a computer desk, you got a TV, and you got your own bathroom. I put as less stuff in your room so you could keep it clean. Your job is to keep your room clean, wash the dishes, and take out the trash. That's your only responsibilities. That's it. Not to mention, I made him wash his school uniform. So Monday morning come around, we wake up, I'm telling him to put on his uniform. He go to the dryer, uniform soaking wet. I said, why you didn't wash your uniform? I did. I pressed dry, but it didn't dry, so it's not my fault. How the fuck is not your fault? Your clothes not damp, they soaking wet, which means you never click dry. And you didn't even sit there and wait to see it dry. Like, you didn't even wait to see if it started. You just really sat there and pressed the button, it didn't start, and you walked off. So now you late for school on Monday because your clothes was soaking wet. Then when I tell you about it, you getting all mad and you taking out clothes, and he took out all the clothes out of the dryer, put his uniform in the dryer, and left the wet clothes on the fucking floor, bro. So you're gonna take out all the clothes, leave some clothes on the floor, and only dry your school clothes?
Oh, girl. Listen. I don't know what's wrong with men. But that's a male thing. That's a male thing. I'm telling you right now, it is a male thing. And that's why it's not easy to have boy children. I don't care what y'all talking about. But I also feel like this is because y'all don't want them to do these things when they're very young. A lot of y'all have the mentality of boys don't do this and boys don't do that, or I'm going to do it for them. Really? Y'all need to be teaching these fucking children how to take care of themselves and their surrounding areas as soon as they can stand up and walk. Clean up. Only for boys and girls. Like, bitch, you need to have them children the same way that y'all be grooming the little girls with the sweep, the broom, and all of that. The boys need to have that shit too. Because to me, the reason why he's not on it like that is because somebody has probably been doing it for him most of the time. And I just feel like you have got to start that shit early. I mean, 5, 6 years old. Did you clean it up? Did you unpack your bag? Let me see you do it. And you stand and see, and I know I'm not a parent, y'all, but I do recognize a lot of the times it's just because parents are tired. They're overworked. And a lot of parents low-key are lazy. So you don't want to have to like sit there and watch them do every little thing to make sure they're doing it right. But I think if you do that at the beginning when they're young, then you don't really have to keep doing it for the rest of their life. And I feel like that's just because I was like highly disciplined as a child. Like I was washing dishes at, you know what I'm saying? I can't even remember how young I was. As soon as I could get on a stool and reach the sink, I was washing dishes. And not because I had to, but because I felt like this is what you do when you clean up your house. Like I'm watching my mom do it. I have all my little cleaning stuff. Like you just automatically used to, okay, I'm washing the dishes. I'm like 9 years. I'm cooking fucking breakfast at 10 years old. Like, you know, now my responsibility is to vacuum they room in my room in the hallway. You know, all of this. Like you have to, you know, no, Bondi, they still do dumb stuff. I didn't say they didn't, but I also feel like you have to make it a part of their routine in general. And I don't feel like a lot of people do that. I don't care what y'all saying. I don't feel like a lot of y'all do that at an early age with boys. And that's just from what I've seen. Okay. But yes, no, even grown men still do dumb shit like that. And and I know, girl, I know there are days where I have had to look at the grown ass man that I am married to. Like, you would think a nigga was in the house with you when you grew up. You would think that there was some man in the house being sloppy for you to be doing this right now. You would think. He's a good person, okay? He's a good person. He works his ass off. He's a good guy, okay? I have to remind myself of these things. So I get where she coming from.
Oh, so fuck out all the clothes. Not to mention, I catch him on the game. Hold up. I catch him on the game. I said, let me go walk in his room and see what he's doing. What's wrong with him? I've been helping Leah with her homework and her schoolwork because I wasn't doing that with her when he was that age. Trey was doing it with his grandmother because I was working. So I take real pride in helping Leah with her schoolwork, helping Leah with her words, helping Leah with everything dealing with school. Like I'm hands-on with her schoolwork, right? So I told her, I said, my specific words was, don't take me helping Leah and try to not do your work because I'm not on your ass about your schoolwork. You're 16. I should never tell you to do your homework. I should never tell you to do your project. I should never tell you to do anything with school because you're 16. Leah, I have to help her. I have to put all her stuff. I have to do whatever it is with Leah. But you is of age for you to take her stuff on your own. I shouldn't have to ask you. When we get home from school, you leave your book bag in the car. I asked you. I said, do you got homework? He said, no. I don't need my children.
I want to say right there, if you weren't really there because you had to work and you was dropping him off at his grandmother, why are you now expecting him at 16 to know to do things that you were not helping him know how to do as he was getting older? And that's what I'm talking about. Y'all really do think that you don't have to like help children every step of the way. You think once they get 16, all of a sudden they're going to have it in rhythm to do shit that they have never really had to do. But because it's that age now, they should just be doing it. And I'm like, no, they have to have been being taught to do this shit from 5, 6 years old. They have had to have had it in their mind to do certain things as a way of being. They have to automatically understand that they don't get gifts just because. They have to understand that they have to do certain things in order to get those things. And you have to be disciplined as a parent to stay on top of them. You have to be disciplined as a parent to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. If you know your son don't do what the fuck he's supposed to do, asking him is not good enough. Oh, you don't have homework? Let me see. Pull a book bag out. I won't see. Because she was like, I asked him this day, I asked him that day. I was like, so every day you sitting down at a table with the little one, but not telling him to pull his shit. I don't care if you ain't got him. I want to see what's going on in your book bag. Sit down, pull everything out the book bag. I want to see what you're doing in school. The same, you telling him that you don't have to do the same shit with him. And he probably feels some resentment towards you, but feeling like he don't need the attention. Because I know sometimes that's how I felt. Even though I was the youngest, I still was the child that didn't give them as much trouble. As you can hear from what I'm telling you about how I was, I low-key did shit to make people happy. I cleaned up so that nobody would be upset. I washed dishes and made breakfast. I did shit to make people happy. That's why I did a lot of the shit that I did. So I was a kid that they didn't really have to worry about. But in that is a neglect. In that is a neglect. Because the child they feel like they have to focus on the most now understands that all they have to do is act up and you're going to put the attention on them. So yeah, no, I'm going to let her finish.
Okay, but so boom. So we so I told him, I said, you know, I've been super hands-on with Leah with her schoolwork because I didn't have that time with Trey. You know, when Trey was 6 years old, I was working a lot. I was doing a lot of shit. So I'm super hands-on with Leah with school now because, again, like I said, I missed that with Trey. So I told him, I said, don't take me as helping Leah with her work as me and thinking because I'm not checking on you, that's me not worried about you because I ask you every day, do you have schoolwork? Do you have homework? Do you got a test to study for? Do you have this? Because when we get home from school, you leave in your backpack in the car. They have no school Thursday, Friday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's 5 fucking days, right? 5 days of me asking, do you have schoolwork? You kept saying no. And I said, let me go see what he's doing in his room. Tell me what he said. Oh, see what it's right. Give me for this. Listen to him.
Y'all can get the fuck off. Fuck out my party, bitch.
No, it's not about the cursing, but listen.
Damn.
You gotta do it. You in here cursing, fuck out your party and all that. Tell me you gotta do a project. How project you gotta do? You wait till the day before school to do this fucking project? Now, my thing is, it wasn't even about the cursing. Boys curse on the game. I don't even care about that. That's why you got your own room over there. That's why you wait up there by yourself. That's why you got your own space. Because boys curse on the game. I'm not even tripping about that. You wait till Sunday night to do your motherfucking project before school. After I've been asking you Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, do you have schoolwork? What he kept saying? He ain't got no work. He ain't got nothing to study for. He ain't got no. So you wait, and not just that, but you go text your stepmama and ask her, hey, can you print out this paper for me? Why the fuck you didn't ask me? You know why you didn't ask me? Because you knew I would have gotten your ass if I would have found out that you had work to do and you didn't do it because you've been spending all your fucking time on this goddamn game. You've been spending all your time.
Which you bought for him after they told you not to buy it for him. She don't care about him cussing. And that's another thing that I want to talk about because I feel like I've seen that a lot in households growing up in New Orleans. And I remember feeling like cursing is one thing, but what I learned was actually happening sometimes is that you're teaching them how to talk to you and how to talk to other people and how to talk to themselves. And we talk very harshly in New Orleans. Like we really talk to each other in a disrespectful way off rip to me sometimes. And I found that it just feels like y'all just be teaching them and, you know, not to respect people. That's what it be sounding like to me. Like, it's not about the cursing. It's about how if I'm cursing you out and talking to you disrespectfully, and then you get to curse and talk to me disrespectfully, now, do you ever have a time when you're not talking to people in a disrespectful, aggressive manner? That, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, because it's something that I've seen as I was growing up. Like, my people cussed, but it was different when I would go to somebody's house and watch a grandmother and a grandchild go back and forth playing whatever, you know, I'm not gonna say the lady name, but whatever the lady name, okay? And, you know, like, they think it's funny, like, to hear a kid kiss my ass and this bitch, and they think it's funny to hear, you know, kids cussing up a storm and shit. And as somebody that actually cusses and has always cussed, it's not that I have a problem with the cussing. It's just something about, like, is there ever a time when y'all are not talking to each other like this? Is my question. Because it feels like, you know what I'm saying? It just feels aggressive. It feels aggressive.
On this game. Now, only every time on the game, you have the same clothes on for 3 days. So you go days without taking a bath. Then when I say, why you taking a bath? Oh, because I was thinking. Says who, nigga? Who told you you don't think? Who the fuck told you don't think? Oh, I've been inside all day. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're 16. Nigga, you get funky. You've been in your room for 4 days on the fucking game. No bath, no shower, eating in your room. I go upstairs, check in his room. He got fucking shit all in his goddamn trash. And it's one thing, trash and garbage is two different things. Trash and garbage is two different things. You got trash, you got garbage. Garbage is when you got a plate with food on it.
He take a bath in 4 days? I don't know. Like, I feel like if these were the issues, then I would have, like, you need to have, okay, so it's obvious you need a regimented schedule. Like, you need to get up at a certain time. You need to brush your teeth, wash your ass. You need to straighten up your room. You need to get yourself together. You need to go to school. So that means you need to, like, it sounds like he needs more supervision. And I think that y'all think because he's 16 that he should not need the supervision. Sounds like he needs the supervision. Yeah, he needs structure. He needs somebody to create like a regimen and times, because how you go 4 days and you ain't washed your ass yet? What's going on? Has nobody walked into the room and said you still have the same clothes on? Did you take a shower? Get off the fucking game and go take a shower. Like, I'm just saying. I get it during the summer or on the weekends. That's 2 days. But I'm like, I should see you. Like, I should see you at some point and be like, is that what you had on? Did you have you taken a shower? Like, what's going on? No, it does sound like depression in some type of way. And the way Black New Orleans parents handle kids going through depression comes off as annoyance. I think the boy needs therapy. I do. I think he needs structure. I think he needs somebody to talk to. I think he needs somebody to talk to him in a way that is not the way y'all talk to him, meaning that he needs to be able to express his feelings without fear of retribution, because y'all forget about that because y'all so worried about how you're being respected in the conversation. He can never really say how he feels because you're going to receive it as disrespect. And not, you know, just like she said, he said that you're not listening, you're not understanding what he's saying and all of this. And all you worrying about is how he's talking to you because you his mama. Who the fuck you talking to? He's trying to talk to you as somebody that's feeling things. And it doesn't matter that you're his mom. He's feeling things that he wants to be able to express, but probably can't for fear of getting his ass beat by y'all or kicked out or punished in some type of way or nagged on. And I'm really not saying, because I know these kids ain't shit. But I feel like sometimes these kids don't be shit because y'all as parents don't be shit. I'm sorry. I love y'all for real. Okay. But I'm just saying, in this specific situation, I feel like sounds like the boy needs some therapy and some structure. And I think that you need to be more hands-on with him. If you feel like he should just know these things because he's 16 now, don't think that. Like, erase that shit from your mind.
That's what garbage is. Garbage is when you got plate with food on it. So that means you're going to have nets, flies, and all that in your room. Go to your bathroom, you got towels all on the floor. Like, if I'm telling you, keep your room, all you got to do is keep your room clean, wash the dishes, and take out trash. What's the problem? Then when I tell you, you're going back and forth, oh, this, that. Okay, babe. Okay. Took his game. Took his PC. He got attitude. I'm on FaceTime with his daddy. He keep going back and forth, yelling, loud, this, that, and all that. His dad on the phone like, nigga, is you stupid? Oh, I'm about to be on my way. Granted, we live 30 minutes away. You made your daddy get out the bed at 11 Sunday night. And your daddy works 12 and 16-hour shifts. He had to come pick you up because you don't know how to do your fucking schoolwork. I didn't bought you games. I didn't bought you a whole new monitor. I didn't bought you headphones. I didn't bought you a webcam. Everything Trey said he won't, he get. Nobody else's room is done but your room. Nigga, my bathroom not even done. Lee ain't got no room. No one Dallas ain't got no room. Trey the only one in the house that got a full operating room. You just
Why? Because you're making up for shit. So you financially making up for something and you expect for him to be grateful for it. I really want y'all to understand at some point, y'all having money doesn't mean anything to kids. I know you think it does, but if you remember what it was like to be kids, you really don't care about, like, in the grand scheme of things, getting things is great. Having access is great. But from your parents, you're not like, oh, I just wish you niggas had more money. Like, that's not really like the feeling all the time. It's, I wish they would listen to me. I wish they wouldn't be so angry with me all the time. I wish that, you know, they would have more patience with me. I wish they would let me do more. Like, I just, you know, like it's never like, oh, I wish y'all was richer. Like, bitch, I wish my room was nicer. Like, no, I wasn't thinking about that as a teenager. I'm thinking about that shit now as a grown woman. But as a teenager and as a young person, no, I don't think that money really matters like that, especially if you're not struggling. And we weren't struggling. So that wasn't, if you're not like scratching and surviving good times, you're not thinking about money like that as a kid. And it's like y'all think that kids are supposed to be so fucking grateful because y'all are financially stable. And it's like, no, like the kids, that's not their purview. And it really shouldn't be. Just because a lot of y'all grew up, you know, poor and you knew you was poor, y'all feel like y'all kids should have all this reverence for the fact that y'all are not poor. And that's just not how that works. Child, I wish someone hugged me. Girl. Nobody listening to him. That's what it feel like. And it feel like probably the only people that listen to him are people that's gonna put some poison in his fucking head.
Getting everything you want, don't want, need everything. And you can't do what you're supposed to do. You gotta get the fuck up out of here. Oh yeah. You got to get the fuck up out of here. Don't you got-
And see, and that's another thing. Like, you didn't even put any real consequences in play for a long enough period of time before you decided to kick him out. And I wonder what it feels like for you to always be passing him off to somebody else because he's too difficult to deal with. Like, that hurts too. Especially when y'all stay going get them niggas. Them niggas disrespect y'all, fuck over y'all, and y'all go and, you know, pay for luxurious weddings and shit, right? You think that kid not clocking how he feel like you letting that man disrespect you, but you keeping him? But every time your kid do something small, like not clean up his fucking room one day, shit that teenagers do, now you want, you know, and I'm sure it's more than that. I'm sure he was being disrespectful and, you know, being aggressive or whatever. But I still feel like, so you gonna kick him out? And he was already primarily being raised by your mama at some point. Now you got stability, and because you have to deal with the child that you really wasn't paying that close attention to having issues because you wasn't paying that close attention to the nigga. Now you gonna kick him out again? And I know he'll probably be back. You know what I'm saying? He'll probably be back. He's not really kicked out. I'm sure it's so that everybody can just calm down, right? And I'm sure her emotions, it's a fear, because once your kids, you know, become young men and they bigger than you and all of that, and he talking to you with all of this aggression and all of this emotion, that shit can be scary sometimes. And it's like, maybe it's safer for all of us, so I don't have to shoot you, that you go and stay by your dad. You know what I'm saying? But damn sure, like, need to be having conversations. Damn sure need to, like, use that money and get that boy into some type of fucking therapy. But yeah, I definitely feel like you need to get your ass off the internet with this, boo, because this is not gonna be good for him either. Like, I just think y'all don't really be thinking about these kids and their feelings. Like, y'all really don't care, and y'all don't think about how these things affect your kids and how they're gonna feel with the embarrassment of their parents always putting them on Front Street like this. And I just wish y'all would. I wish y'all would care a little bit more about respecting your kids and how they feel. And not because I feel like, oh, you know, They chill. You do, yes, you do take care of them, but they also don't ask to be here. And if you know you was fucking up when they was very young because you know, you didn't have it and you had to work more, then you need to actually be trying to make up for that, and not in a financial way, but by way of giving them attention, by way of showing them patience, not kicking them out every time y'all get into it because you can't handle them. Because it does feel like, oh, you can't handle me, now you discarding me. And even though that I don't think that's the case, they're teenagers. That's not how they're not going to think about it the way you're thinking about it. They're going to think about, oh, I get upset, I get angry, you kick me out, send me to my daddy house. I'm your fucking son. This nigga act a fool with you and do all kind of disrespectful shit, and you in the bed with him at the end of the night. I'm sure that is going through that boy's mind. It is no way it's not. Tracy, thank you for the super chat. I thought 3-year-old boys was told by their fathers to not let them play with girl stuff like housekeeping and playing with kitchen sets. And yeah, I think that's stupid. Tracy, girl, yeah. You know, I know you probably being facetious here. But yeah, girl, that's what they do. And that's why I say that that's stupid. That's why I say that it's dumb for y'all to feel like there are things that women do and think, you know, girl toys, boys. That shit is stupid. That shit is stupid. A lot of the times, all y'all are doing is preparing young girls and young women to be servants, and for boys and men to be infantilized, whining fucking babies, looking for a woman to whose titty to put in their mouth. Sheree, thank you for the super chat. I don't like that she's telling all his business online. Don't embarrass yourself, your child like this. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. I don't, you know, I don't think this is the way to handle the situation at all. But you know, girl, that's them people. That's how they gonna handle their situation. That's just my 2 cents on it. Y'all, you know, when these kids are having a hard time like that, you know, get them somebody to go talk to, y'all. Get them a little therapy. Try to remember what it was like to be a kid. Try to remember what it was like to have your emotions all over the place and not always have the words for how you feeling, to not always be able to say, I'm feeling this way because of this, you know? Um, so yeah, I hope that, you know, child, I hope they can work it out. I hope that all of the access that that boy is given, you know, does him well at some point when he's an adult and he's grown. I hope it, you know, I hope it all works out to where they can look back and, you know, at this time and feel like this was just a time when they was, you know, the growing years. Super needs therapy too. Oh, I know. I know. And I'm gonna tell you another thing. She just got married to that boy, to that man. And I don't be in them people relationship like that, but I also don't champion what I believe to be fuck shit. I just don't, you know, I don't champion fuck shit. And a lot of people get married for fuck shit reasons. Um, and if you rolling around in a car with a nigga and you paying for mostly everything, I'm just gonna feel like that's some fuck shit. And I don't know why you can't just have a little boyfriend. But I know for a lot of girls that grew up in the hoods of New Orleans, accomplishing certain things makes them feel like they finally made it to the womanhood they feel like they did not see their moms make it to, or you know, it is some type of I'm gonna have a certain type of life. I'm gonna have a certain type of life that I didn't see growing up. I'm gonna have the family. I'm gonna have the 2-parent household. I'm, you know, and they really want this dream so bad that they miss all the ways that are way more personal that they need to be working on. Right? Like loving yourself. So if you do choose a partner, you choose somebody that's not just gonna use you up. Cause to be honest, I know she be going through a lot of health problems, but in that video, like, I'm wondering how many people are harvesting your energy. Ain't her real name Raynell? Yeah. I wonder, Raynell, I wonder how many people are over there harvesting off your energy. I'm just saying. Cause it don't always just be, oh, I'm tired because my kid putting me through it. Them niggas be over there feeding off your energy too. It is what it is. But yes, you know, I wish them all the best, child. Get off the fucking internet. Go get a therapist. Go talk to somebody besides us about your child, girl. So let's get into it. Once again, we're talking about Stefan Diggs. He's sued by his ex, Mulan Hernandez, for an alleged assault and attempt to silence her. On June 7, 2024, Hernandez claims Diggs punched her in the back of the head with a closed fist. She claims she was diagnosed with a concussion on the very day of the assault. Hernandez says that Diggs flew out his personal assistant to Houston in June in an attempt to have her sign an NDA, which would have prevented her from speaking out against the alleged incident. Hernandez demanded unspecified damages for her physical pain and mental suffering and for her medical bills. She asked the court to award her at least $250,000, but no more than $1 million. In February, Diggs sued his ex and a third party, Brianna Mack, for assault, trespass, intentional infliction of emotional distress, conspiracy, and various other claims. He accused the duo of attempted extortion. The case is still ongoing. So basically, I'm just going to say at this point, we don't know who to believe. We don't know whether to believe her or to believe him. Mulan Hernandez claps back at her ex-boyfriend Stephon Diggs, claims his new lawsuit is damage control because he allegedly physically assaulted her in their home back in June. So last year, June. So that was a story from February 27th. And that was before we found out about him and Cardi B. She said, on June 7th, I was assaulted from behind by Stephon Diggs at our residence, an incident that resulted in a concussion. Months later, when the mediation his legal team requested did not pan out in his favor, I was struck with this fabricated story publicly. This is clearly an attempt to try to get ahead of the truth that is to come. I will not be intimidated nor silenced. Having to relive this moment is very traumatic for me, especially in my time of healing. Domestic violence is something I do not wish on anyone, and everything that is done in the dark will come to the light. According to court records, Diggs previously sued her and her friend, another woman, accusing them of assault, alleging she broke his $130,000 watch and tried to ruin his career if he didn't pay. And her lawsuit, Hernandez insists Diggs' lawsuit is an attempt to silence and discredit her. Okay. So this is now, I guess, the second time he's being accused of doing something, fucked up to somebody that he may or may not be in a sexual or romantic relationship with. I just want to make sure that there was nothing else on this particular story before I got into it. But yeah, okay. Oh, not that girl. What y'all think? Because I personally feel like, yes, women lie, people lie. Absolutely. But also, the football players say he's the fucking worst. That guy said that he felt like he tried to drug him. This lady is saying he punched her in the back of the head. We saw him on that boat that one time. Looks like he was doing, I don't know, something that might have been an upper. And you know how the guys who do uppers tend to be violent, because things you put up your nose tend to make you feel like very aggressive and strong and have delusions of grandeur. So yeah, she was on Basketball Wives Orlando. She absolutely was. I feel like there is very much a probability that this happened. And this is why I said that Cardi B should have kept her fucking mouth closed as it pertains to this man, because you don't really know this man. You can't know this man, and you can't know everything that this man has ever done. There's just no way to know that. And so I feel that it is most important that you protect your own brand, and that, yes, you might have been being reckless and thought that it would be a cute little gotcha to keep a baby by a man who your soon-to-be ex-husband loves to play on video games and shit. But yeah, I just feel like, girl, if for nothing else, just don't say anything about what he's been accused of. And she did that. And I said that was very Onika Mirage of her, because Onika also decided to put her career on the line when she decided to defend and put money behind dismantling Jennifer Huff and what happened with Kenneth Petty when he was younger. He got convicted. He went to jail for it. He took the charge. Everybody knows in the neighborhood and all of that that nigga did that shit. But because she wanted him to travel around with her, because him being on the sex offenders registry was an inconvenience to her, she decided to put her money behind harassing Jennifer Huff until she changed her story so that he would be able to get off the sex offenders registry list. It did not work. He's still on there. So just like that, I feel like Cardi, hey girl, we can't turn back the hands of time or anything, but do not defend this man on your public social media platforms. Do not do it. Okay? Try to keep it separate. Try to keep it separate. Do not do it, girl. She did it anyway. And so I'm just hoping, I haven't seen anything about this. I'm just hoping you won't do any more speaking on his behalf. If he isn't speaking, then you don't speak. And honestly, I wouldn't speak either way. Don't you turn into no goddamn Megan Good. Do you hear me, bitch? Don't you turn into no goddamn Megan Good. Okay? You let him handle this shit on his own. Let him be a man. Everybody want to be a man. Oh, he's so big. He's so strong. Well, let his big, strong ass handle all of these alleged assault allegations that he has. Don't you get involved. Don't you put your name on the line because you wasn't there. So don't do it. Okay? Because look how as soon as she defended him against the guy, Chris Blake Griffith, now this story comes out. Yeah, girl. You don't know him like that. You got pregnant by him. You are proof that his sperm is strong. Great. Don't be no character witness for no nigga. Because as you have learned from your previous relationship, it don't matter how much you love these niggas, they will embarrass you. They will embarrass you. More on niggas embarrassing you later, but let's continue on with more on Cardi B. Lotto clears up rumors that she was dissing Cardi B. Because she was, yelling, pussy, 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 over and over again. And, Cardi B had referred to her. She said, I'm not like Lotto. I ain't pussy, because a lot of the girls will just ignore. They won't actually have the confrontation. Cardi was letting Ice Spice's manager and them know she's not the girl who's going to let it slide. She's not. She's going to get into it with you guys. She's going to get on the ground. She's going to scratch. She's going to fight. She's going to curse y'all out. She's going to raise her blood pressure. She's going to get a headache and all of this. Just so you hoes know not to fuck with her. Okay, she's going to scare everybody in her house, screaming and hollering. You know what I mean? She's going to upset the kids. All right. They know at this point, mommy's on the phone screaming. Just ignore it. Put your headphones on. Little wave. Okay. Mommy's really upset right now. Put your headphones on. Well, Lotto came out and said, no, when I was screaming pussy, I wasn't necessarily talking about Cardi B. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. I think that Lotto, I'm very proud of Lotto, because I remember when Lotto was on that show with Jermaine Dupri. And I have an appreciation for Lotto because I think Lotto has worked really hard to make herself who she is in the country at this point. Okay. But she was saying no, she doesn't have beef with Cardi. She accepted when Cardi said, because Cardi came out and said, I was mad, I was just talking shit. And then she sent a Chanel bag to Lotto, and Lotto was wearing the Chanel bag. So no, she's fine. Lotto's fine. My problem with Lotto was when Lotto was on Watch What Happens Live. And give me a second. I'm going to see if the Bravo Shade Room has a clip of this. But I watched her on Watch What Happens Live. And I said it to the people in my Discord. I was just like, this made me not like her. Listen, if I was going to like her before, because I've been indifferent. But seeing her on Watch What Happens Live made me dislike her even more. It really did. And I'm going to tell you why. Because women that are, I don't see anything on them, are overly excited about their nigga and their nigga is not overly excited about them, I hate to see it. I hate to see it. Okay. From what I understand, Lotto has been in a relationship with 21 Savage, right? From, behind the scenes. Like, we know it's happening, but we don't know it's happening. Okay. That's what I've heard. But again, I don't be paying attention. I don't really care like that, money. Okay, hold up. But it's almost as if, first of all, let's talk about this.
Hey ho on Twitter wants to know, Lotto, who is your Mount Rushmore of female rap? So who are your 4 female rap artists?
Me.
Okay.
Nicki, Cardi.
Somebody said, okay.
Dang, 4.
Can't think of.
You don't listen to rap enough if you can't think of 4 female rappers.
The 4th.
I mean, it's like I have to put Kim, but I love a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want it to sound too cliche, but like, if it's me, Kim, Nicki, Cardi.
So a whole bunch of light-skinned people. My problem with this is I was like, you wouldn't put Meg on your list? It feels like Lotto doesn't like Meg. I ain't gonna lie. And they have a song together. So I don't know. But I was just like, not Megan? Okay, girl. I feel like name a Lil' Kim song. Name 2 Lil' Kim songs that you like. Matter of fact, give me 1 Lil' Kim song that you know all the words to. Like, I would love that. Because I'm sorry, y'all. On some level, I start to get agitated because I really appreciate people that love what they do. But I wish that y'all, especially y'all that are in music, would actually like the music that you do. Because who were you listening to? Were you only listening to Nicki Minaj? I think that's whack if that's the only person that you were listening to, since that's your age range. Kim, absolutely. Kim, to me, I will go listen to Kim before I go listen to Nicki. And that's just because I more coincide with Kim's vibe than Nicki's vibe in some of the music. It is what it is. Outside of that, Queen Latifah, Eve, Trina, The Brat, of course, Missy Elliott. Okay, pussy don't fail me now. I gotta turn this nigga out so he don't want nobody else but me and only me. Pussy don't fail me now, fail me now. But I was just like, and we did Eve, like, what you mean? I don't even know you and I hate you. See, all I know is that my girlfriend used to date you. How would you feel if she held you down and raped you? Tried, but she never could escape you. She was in love, and I'd ask her how. I mean, why? What kind of love from a nigga would black your eye? What kind of love from a nigga every night make you cry? What kind of love from a nigga make you wish he would die? I mean, shit, he bought you things and gave you diamond rings, but them things wasn't worth none of the pain that he brings, and you stayed. What made you fall for him? That nigga had the power to make you crawl for him. I thought you was a doctor, be on call for him, smacked you down because he said you was too tall for him. That wasn't love, baby girl. You was dreaming. I could have killed you when you said your seed was growing from his semen. Love is blind. Listen, what do you mean? MC Light, I met him in a club hanging out one night. He said, hello, I'm George. Highlight. Hope everything's good. Can I call you sometime? Can I get the digits and the address so I can come visit? Like, there's so many songs. And I just was like, damn, ma. I love you like ganja. Do you feel ma? Taste this. Feel the mist through the uterus. Kim is terrible, bro. Picture this. Wake up. Without me, end up having bad dreams. My crew totes and mink coats on a sail with the boat. What you thought? Get drugged and get bailed out? Fuck the jailhouse. On the seas, on the raps out. Entrepreneurs. Glad we ain't taking yours. Born, huh? Listen, I'm not gonna keep going, but I can. So I just like, you're a rapper, and they ask you who the rappers that you're like thinking in your head, and I'm just like, man, I would have had my list ready. What you mean? What you mean? And if I'm talking about who I really listen to, it's absolutely going to be Queen Latifah, Lil Kim, Megan Thee Stallion. I'm actually going to give it to Cardi, because if I'm being real about who I listen to, I'll put. But if I'm taking Cardi off, Trina and Eve are gonna be there. Trina and Eve are gonna be there. I will put Cardi on that, but I will always put Eve and Trina in my top 5, because when I was coming up, that's who I was listening to. Like, I'm just saying, slow me down and stopping me, climbing all on top of me if you ain't gonna fuck me properly. It's got to be a dick that ain't too small for me. Nigga, get your ass up off of me. Besides, your dick too small for me. It's got to be fuck right, suck right, in a butt right, like slut like, in the bright lights, air day, all night. Not talk to me. Why you fuck me violently? Calling me names that apply to me. Calling all inside of me. Don't lie to me. Not tell the truth. Is this pussy good to you? Listen. Oh, tired ass nigga. Besides, you ain't even all that anyway. Fuck you, bitch. I don't need you. No way. No how. Not then. Not now. Sorry. Okay. What else? Hold up. What's the other one? What's the other one she did that I was just like, what's going on?
Let me just hit Lotto with the number one question from King of Hot Topics on Twitter. Love seeing you and Ice Spice make peace. How did it happen? And will you be able to work things out with Nicki Minaj too?
Okay, one at a time.
Yeah.
First one,
she looks so
girls,
good,
you know, we just, her team reached out to my team and we was like,
the teams.
Yeah.
This answer was whack to me. And just because like I feel like she low-key deflates a lot of shit. Like, I think I could tell that she doesn't want to ruffle any feathers, and so it creates this like lack of personality thing that's happening. Like, I don't know, but I didn't like it. I'm trying to find that clip here.
Lotto Haley C said, I know you're keeping his identity a secret, but are you still dating the same boyfriend that you have teased in the past? Are you still together with the same gentleman?
Who said that?
Haley C.
Haley. Yes, girl. Dang.
Good.
Yeah, I like that.
All right.
Yeah.
Does he have BDE?
Do he?
Like, there was a game they were playing, like asking her to rate people's looks, and she would not rate them because she has a man. And I was just like, I'm sorry, y'all. Like, I just, especially because these niggas be mute. These niggas be mute on you hoes. Mute.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Well, where was the shade? Like, y'all be on here with some bullshit talking about Lotto throw shade. Where's the clip? Bitch.
You confirm or deny if you scored under.
How you gonna ask me? I don't know.
Were you no, she said, can you confirm or deny that the two of you were ever in a relationship?
I like to keep my private life private.
He says he fell in love with the cheetah print, which
Who hasn't?
Who hasn't?
So this Lotto think 21 Savage referring to her in If Only.
Okay. All right.
You confirm or deny if you scored under.
How you gonna ask me? I don't know.
So in 1 minute, it's, you know, my man. Right? As if he just gave you really good dick right before you came out. Like, y'all, throughout the entire Watch What Happens Live, I just kept thinking beautiful gowns. Beautiful girl. Beautiful gowns. Because what? Like, answer the questions, bitch. Like, you want your personality to be you got a man, but then when somebody asks you about your man, you don't want to talk about him. It is the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think she's beautiful. I know everybody likes her music. She's not somebody that I reach for, but you know, Big Mama, love it. Do your thing, girl. Do your thing. Speaking of other rap girlies, what's going on with Saweetie? Apparently, Saweetie's former friend May claims that Saweetie allegedly stole money from her, so she's spilling all of her tea. She alleges that during her relationship, her friendship with Saweetie, she took her on trips to Dubai, London, and Nigeria because Saweetie was apparently feeling depressed about life. While in London, May introduced Saweetie to her new boo, soccer player Jadon Sancho, or Sancho. Sancho. I'm going to say Sancho. Hold up, y'all. Glasses. Okay. In the midst of Saweetie being with Sancho, girl, Sancho, I don't know, whatever. In the midst of her being with that man, somehow she and May fell out, leading, what? And May, okay, now boo. Oh, so Sweetie's now boo. Okay, because I was like, wait, are you saying that she introduced her to her man? And now Sweetie, go with him? Wait. Either way, in the midst of Saweetie being with Sancho, somehow she and May fell out, leading to May not getting her coins for being Saweetie's road manager. Now May wants her funds immediately before she starts getting into the tea. So far, May claims Saweetie is allegedly on drugs. She practices witchcraft. She even claims Saweetie was sleeping with married men. Just a mess. Okay, first of all, girl, let's be very clear. Everybody does witchcraft, everybody does drugs, and everybody sleeps with married men. Now what? This isn't even good tea. No, I'm just saying, y'all. So, for instance, who was recently sleeping with a married man? Like, somebody recently was just sleeping with a married man, but it doesn't even matter. Like, people sleep with married people. That's my point. Hold up. I forgot. There we go. Okay. Now, mind you, I'm not saying everybody, but I'm saying everybody. Okay. I understand that some of y'all don't, but there are a lot of people that do witchcraft. Okay. Hi, girl. Some of us do witchcraft. Yes. That's Clarissa. Thank you. Clarissa Shields. We see her every day. Fucking a married man. In a relationship with a married man. Okay. And what was the other one? Doing drugs. Girl. Cocaine Barbie. Girl, what? That's not tea. These days. That's not tea. And no, witchcraft is not a bad thing. So that's why I'm even saying it like I don't know, like what? Like, okay, like girl, like what do you like that? You think that's enough? Cocaine, witchcraft, and liquor is a hell of a mix. Send me my bread, homewrecker. Girl, homewrecker. I don't know. Friend seems lame. Hey, sweetie, I see you playing internet games on Beyonce Internet Child. Let me know how you want to play this. I'm either going to receive my money from you, or I can start addressing some of them rumors with TMZ. We spent almost a month in Africa. You should know I wasn't going to let you play me out some money. Oh, okay. May and Sweetie together, where she allegedly introduced Sweetie to her boo, Jaden Sanko. Okay, I'll tell a joke that I ain't never told a lie, but I ain't never told a lie. I sent you to Dubai because you never balled before and was depressed looking for a happy life. She never balled before. What are you, a madam? What are you, a pimp? What are you talking about? Took you to London, babes, took you to Nigeria, booked you on Australian tour. I helped this girl so much only for her to play with my money. Girl, why would you be helping somebody without any type of contract? Y'all have got to start getting shit in paper, like in writing. Like, why would you be doing all of that for free and then get mad that you didn't get paid on the back end? If you really mad that you didn't get the money, just take the shit to TMZ and put it out and get paid for the story. What you threatening for? What are you threatening for? Yeah, like I feel like off rip you doing bad business, but if you really want to put her out there, just put her out there and get the fucking money. I don't know, like to me, I don't respect this type of shit, right? I don't respect this type of shit. To me personally, you're gonna be around somebody, you know they famous, and the whole time you clocking evidence that you could use against them eventually. Don't get me wrong. Don't be dumb. If I'm around somebody like that, I probably would be keeping shit too, just in case, but to protect myself, not to use against somebody in a way like this. And if they didn't give me my money after I tried to do it behind closed doors, I'm not gonna threaten you publicly. I'm just gonna go to TMZ and get paid for the story so I can recoup what I lost. And then we're gonna call it a day. I'm not gonna threaten you though. Hey, you owe me money. Give me my money. Okay. You still not giving me my money. Okay. I'm gonna go and get my money another way then. Okay, we still don't care. Okay, I'm gonna get my money the other way. And I'm not gonna like threaten you. I'm just gonna do it. May accuses Sweetie of using Sanko for money. Ma'am. What else? Girl, what? Shut the fuck up. Like, as women, girl, just please be quiet. Using him for money. The fuck, he can be using her for coochie. What is your point? Like, what do y'all be on when y'all think that men are not getting anything out of the situation when they tricking off women? They're obviously getting something out of the situation. That's why they're tricking off women. That's why they're throwing money around. They're getting something out of it. Why do y'all, as women, dickless people, love to be somewhere championing or trying to let everybody know, hey, the dick didn't get over on her. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? We have to stop this. Women, you can't just be out here not working and getting money from niggas. Like, you can't live like that. That's unreasonable for you to not slave for shit. Get out of my face with this. I feel like a woman as pretty as Sweetie, who seemingly is as smart as Sweetie, isn't she supposed to be with a nigga with money? But is she supposed to be with a bum? I think that's weird. But yeah, that's what's going on there, girl. That's some lame ass shit. Sweetie, you wrong for not paying that girl though. Why you ain't pay that girl? That's fucked up. You should pay people. She probably ain't got no money. And I believe all the shit about her. I just don't really care. Like, I thought you was rich activities and shit. Bills fine, hair, super fine. Bills paid, someone fine. To the time. Give me brain, use your mind. I'm a water sign. Expensive bitches by design. Okay, listen. I thought she was smart about her money. Girl, pay that. How much money you owe her? Throw her that little money. Like, throw her that little money just so we don't have to see no embarrassing video of you. Because I don't want to go through this with you, sweetie. I just really don't. Like, you do enough on a daily basis to like embarrass yourself to the public. I'm just saying. She do enough. Like, don't y'all think she do enough to embarrass herself? She was just online making everybody mad at her, talking about pretty privilege. I don't know, but I just don't like when people, they was your friend all that time and now they coming out trying to put you on Front Street. I just don't really appreciate that. Like, fuck out of here. Bye. Let's do this last little situation with Cardi B. So Bia went on Nessa's Pretty and Petty podcast, y'all. I don't know what it is, but every time I see Nessa asking people questions, I get aggravated. Is it just me? I don't know why. I like her. Well, I'm indifferent. I don't dislike her. But recently, every time I see her doing an interview, my eyes are rolling. I don't know why.
And so, what did you initially think when you did hear Cardi's Pretty and Petty? When she is talking clearly about you, she too is addressing it. Like, were you like, oh, this is exciting? Like, do you like the competition? How did you view it when you heard it?
I was like, oh, I'm glad she got that. I'm glad she felt like she could get that off. But but overall, like, for real, I knew it was coming because, like, this is rap. I'm competitive. So, like, I diss you, you diss me, but you diss me, I diss you. It's like,
right.
It was like a thing that we know what the reasons were and why it was all happening. So I like, it's part of the game.
Right.
It doesn't really like make me feel no type of way other than like, it's not true. Like, there's things on there that's like, and what am I supposed to do? Keep rapping with partisan? I gotta like let that go. If she want to get on the stream or she want to like get in the booth with me in real life and like really rap and do it for real, like I would do it.
Would you?
Yeah, I would do it because I write on the spot. Like when this all happened, it happened for me in 24 hours. As soon as I cut that disc,
You talk about Sue Me.
Yeah.
You talk about Sue Me.
As soon as I dropped Sue Me, Let It Go, that all happened. She said my name on live, Sue Me, 24 hours.
Oh. Okay, because you know what? I think the timeline.
Like me, I washed my hands. Like as soon as I cut that, it was like, okay, I got my shit off. Now you feel like you have to get your shit off, cool. You know, I'm not mad at it, but I'm not going to keep going back and forth with you and the writer for over and over. This is a year later.
You know, and I think like what you took, even with her song Pretty and Petty, you kind of, I don't want to say made light of it, but you use it in your promo, right?
Yeah, I
like
did.
where you're like, clearly she's talking about you. Does someone know 5 of your songs? You're using that to promote the album, posters. Like it didn't seem like, I don't want to say hurt your feelings, but it didn't seem like it did that to you.
I'm super like, I'm a Leo, so.
What does that mean?
Like,
Tell me
we're
what.
like real unbothered. Like we really don't, if it doesn't affect my day to day.
Yeah.
Like I'm not that girl.
Yeah.
I'm not that girl.
How did everybody around you feel when they did hear Pretty and Petty? Were they like, Bia? Or do they know your energy and they're kind of like, all right.
None of us even listened to it like the whole song. We just heard like clips.
You a lie. You a fucking lie.
Just like, okay, we see the clips, but really like it's kind of split. Like I got some.
Witchcraft is not a bad thing. We're not weird. We're educated. Get out of my comments. Why are you here? Like, you must don't know who you're talking to. Like, witchcraft is not a bad thing. It's not. Like, you should, I don't know, read a book or something. Like, you should go, like, do some research about it. But, like, you know, upgrade your mind. Like, it's not 1990. It's not 1980. Like, go read a book. Like, go read books about the witch trials. Go find out what that was really about. Like, go read books about what's the other one? Y'all, help me. Not root work. When women helped midwifery. Thank you. Hello. Okay, the word, y'all. I was trying to find a specific word. Midwifery. Go look up midwifery. Go look up holistic practices, because like essentially witchcraft is women who knew how to work with properties of the earth. They knew how to work with the elements. They knew how to work with herbs. You know how like when you were a kid, if you had grandmothers that were old, they had like certain things they would tell you to do that have nothing to do with going buy a medication. They're trying to sell you a book right now, apothecary book on TikTok. Every time I open TikTok, they trying to sell me this apothecary book, and they almost got me, them bitches. Okay. But it is literally because before the creation of medicine as we know it today, women at large practice midwifery. They practice medicine. They were the doctors. They were the people that actually helped with ailments and things of that nature. When white supremacy came into play, one of the ways to disempower women and disempower certain groups of people was to outlaw midwifery and make it so that if you did any practice in medicine, you had to go through white people and get a license. And then they made it so that only men could do that. So then that really pushed women out of midwifery, that pushed women out of being a part of health, because that's where that really came from. Women that basically worked the earth and worked herbs and did all kinds of things that help people with sicknesses and stuff like that. They outlawed all of that. They made it illegal. They called women witches, and they burned women and killed women who were knowledgeable about these things, knowledgeable about ways to aid in health that was holistic and natural. So now today, when you have healthcare companies and you have all of the shit you have now that doesn't make us any better, it makes us sicker, but it puts us in a sick, like a cycle. You take medicine, you get sick, or you work and you need your insurance through your job makes you sick. And so you got to keep going back and forth to doctors. Doctors are now like not telling you what's really wrong with you. They're not really trying to help you fix anything. They're trying to keep you a part of the medical industrial complex where you're paying for medications that are extremely expensive. So before we get in the comments talking about witchcraft, I need for us to go read some fucking books. Now let's hear what Cardi B said in response to Bia. I hate to have to like stop and do that, but like, don't come in my comments with that. Don't come in my comments with that, because essentially, a lot of y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. And y'all had just been taught to be very disrespectful to other people's ways of life. Y'all have been taught to be very disrespectful to other people's religious practice, other people's spiritual practices. I'm talking to you Christians. Like, y'all are very disrespectful to other people about how they relate to spiritual practice. And then you require and have all of this angst about people admonishing you and you know, oh, y'all think that people are attacking Christians and all that weird shit that y'all got going on to make it okay to abuse people. Okay, but we don't do that over here. So even if it's not what you practice, don't be disrespectful, because I can actually get disrespectful because I grew up Catholic, which means Christian, because a lot of y'all don't know that Catholicism and Christianity are the same. Jesus is the savior. That's what identifies Christianity, is believing that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. Yeah. Jewish people believe there was a Jesus, but that he was not the son of God. He was just another prophet. Jewish people actually do believe there was a Jesus. I don't know why people think that they don't think there was a Jesus, girl. Anyway, either way, don't come over here with what you don't know about religion, because I'll hurt your feelings. But yeah, what did Cardi say?
I am. And now bitches want to act all innocent because you want to know why? Because you see you can't fuck with me. You can't fuck with me. Then you can talk about I'm not going back and forth with party when your biggest record, the bodega record, is a reference. I have the reference on my phone. A man going word for word, bar for bar. So y'all can't even play me with that writing shit. I got the whole lot of money record. That shit was sent to me first, and I dubbed it. The fuck I am. And now bitches want to act all innocent because you want to know why? Because you see you can't fuck with me. You can't fuck with me. Then you can talk about I'm not going back and forth with party when your biggest record,
Okay. So basically, Bia comes out, girl, I already responded to you. I don't really care. I wasn't worrying about whatever she said about me. That's the way you should play it, right? You should play it like, you know, it's tit for tat. This is rap. I expected it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You should act unbothered. That's exactly what you should be doing. Like, if I was Bia, I would have been like, thanks for the promo, bitch. I had forgot we was beefing. Thanks for the promo. Because essentially that's what Cardi did. And I mean, you know, all's fair. It ain't no, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is, money. That's how I would feel if I was Bia. And I don't know, I guess Cardi feels like, you know, bitch, don't be trying to downplay it. Don't be trying to act like I'm on your dick and you wasn't on mine. Da-da-da. But yeah, Cardi, you don't even have to do all of that, because ultimately we know what it is. Like, if I was Cardi, I would have just been like, bitch, you're welcome. You're welcome. Like, you don't need to always be upset about it, Cardi. Like, you didn't even need to respond. But since you wanted to respond, it really should have been, well, you know, you're welcome, because a lot of people didn't even know you and I said your name. So you're welcome. But yeah, what else is going on? Girl, listen, we gotta go here. Girl, we gotta go here. Let me tell you, I don't know what's going on. I don't know how much the girls are being paid these days, but I just know Karreuche has to be younger than me, right? How old is Karreuche? I'm 37. I thought Karreuche was either my age or younger. I'm not sure. But what I do know is, every time my husband think he about to get sick, hey, nigga, hey, get up. Hit me, bitch, if you don't make it, I'll kill you. Do you hear me? You hear me, bitch? If you don't make it, I'll kill you. I'm 37 years old. I am not. And when I say I am not ready to be wiping no man's ass. I'm not ready. I am not ready to be wiping ass. I'm not ready to be tugging and pulling that dick. I'm not ready to be rubbing feet because you ain't got no toes, so you need help with circulation to your feet. I'm not ready for that. Last year, my husband had a little health scare. I had to be down there to the hospital and all of that. I said, nigga, stop playing with me. Let me know what the fuck going on. Are you taking care of yourself? And I'm not one of them wives that, you know, it's a lot of y'all that do all of that shit for y'all husbands where y'all be making their doctor's appointment. I'm like, nigga, because I'm going to let you die. If you're not taking care of yourself, you better call your mama and your sister. You listen, you better take care of yourself, nigga. Okay? You better take care of yourself. Have me coming down here to this goddamn hospital. I don't know what the hell going on. Shit been going on. You ain't been telling me. What you think going on around here? You better make your appointment. Listen, I'm not raising no niggas. Like, that's your responsibility to take care of yourself. So you better make sure you got all your toes. You better make sure your dick work, all that shit. You better make sure that shit work. You hear me, bitch? If you don't make it, I kill you. I love him. I love him, y'all. Okay? I really do. Please don't misunderstand me. I take care of the man, okay? I change my diet. I make sure the nigga got vegetables and fruit. I'm low-key, since, we got rid of one of the cars. So before he fixed this other car, I'm dropping him off from work in the morning. And I see every morning, I'm getting up half sleep. Because, normally I get to sleep until the fuck I wake up. He leave me, okay? He get up, he kiss me every morning, he go on about his way. Now I got to bring him to work and shit. So I got to bring him to work. Every morning we going to Chick-fil-A. I saw a post the other day about how much shit is in the bread at Chick-fil-A. Erica, was that your fault? Because I feel like you said it and then it popped up on my TikTok. But I'm blaming you, Erica. Because now I'm like, oh no, this nigga can't keep eating Chick-fil-A every morning. You're not about to die on me, nigga. Okay? Like, I know you keep trying. You keep trying to find all these little ways to possibly die on me or end up, incapacitated in the fucking bed or something like that. That is not what I am doing around here. I would rather you slip and fall in the motherfucking stove and be out for the count than be a vegetable in this damn house. Stop playing with me. So now I got to figure out what I'm going to do to help him be able to eat in the morning so he not eating Chick-fil-A every day because they got all types of unnatural shit in the bread. And I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this, Lyric. But I care. So I'm gonna try to figure out, what you eating when you go to work in the morning. Do you need me to do something else? Like, what else needs to happen? Okay? Because I'm telling you right now, I will send you down the street to your sister. Okay, she's a nurse. She's better equipped. I'll come check on you. Listen. You hear me, bitch? If you don't make it, I kill you. Okay?
Yeah, me and Karreuche chilling now, so we'll call you back.
No, we gotta have a talk with her anyway.
Who's we?
Me and Bucky, because everything he got coming around, things are going downhill.
She ain't no slap rock. It's like that Karreuche.
That is not true. That is not true.
So that was his son saying that ever since Karreuche been around, things been going downhill. And that's a cute little joke to make and all of that. While you're doing whatever you're doing, and she is at the hospital with your fucking daddy, with his no toes and no bladder having ass.
Wheezy, you see? You rocked it, baby. Yes, sir. I rarely take it off. From down to the socks. Oh, I've been here 16 times in the last 3 years. In the same position. Never doubting God, never stressing, never second guessing. Yep.
He resting about to go in surgery and she looking for the bag of money. This is what y'all think. And y'all think this shit is funny, but I think whoever made this joke, I think you're a fucking idiot. I also feel like y'all must not know how much money is actually worth. No, I'm telling you right now, he ain't got no bladder. So what that mean? He got a colostomy bag? Girl, why are you 30-something years old with a man that you only been with for a couple of years, I'm guessing, and you already over there wiping ass? I reject this. I reject this notion. Because whenever I see stuff like this, I'm like, see, this is propaganda. This is propaganda. Y'all want people to think that this shit is cute for a 37-year-old woman to be down to the hospital with nigga with no toes, no bladder on his 13th fucking surgery, and y'all joking about how she is what they be called a gold digger. Let me tell you something. If I'm laying down and going to the hospital and making bags and pulling legs up and doing all of this nurse shit for a man, he better be fucking paying me. I shouldn't have to look for nothing. The money should be deposited in my account automatically, bitch. I can't stand how y'all devalue this type of work. That's why a lot of y'all gonna end up in homes being abused by people, because you look at this and see a gold digger. I look at this and see a woman that has got to be out of her mind because it ain't enough money in the world to sacrifice my life so that I can be taking care of an old ass man. It ain't enough money, bitch. It ain't enough money for my little petite ass to be trying to pick up one of his big ass legs and wiping his grown ass. Are you serious? Karreuche ain't even got no kids, girl. You ain't even had to be wiping nobody's balls. And now you gotta wipe this nigga's big ass balls? I'm assuming. I'm not signing up for that. I've been with Lyric since we were 21, 22, around that time. Okay? The man has earned me wiping his ass. You have to earn that type of shit. You got to show up. I'm telling y'all right now, the only reason that I can't help myself. Yes, my mama and my daddy raised me to take care of your spouse. You're supposed to take care of your spouse. You're supposed to be there. I watched my mama, I watched my mama take care of my daddy to the day that he was gone, and vice versa. But the literal only reason I'm going to do what I have to do if anything ever happens to this man is because when I had to get my gallbladder out, the nigga was a nurse. The nigga was picking people up and putting them in the shower and washing me and helping me put my clothes on and putting me back in the bed. The nigga be at work all day. Nigga work 13 hours. Say he come home. I'm still working because work for me don't never really stop. But I just woke up from a nap. He's going to come in here. He's going to ask me if I ate. He's going to go to the kitchen. He's going to make both of us something to eat. And then he's going to come back and hand it to me. So yes, I will be wiping the nigga's ass if need be. Okay? Okay? But I feel like this is a reciprocal situation. There are times that he's had to be that for me. So I will be that for him. It's a fair thing to me. Like I can't do injustice, right? I've realized now, bitch, I had no idea. Every week I'm learning that I'm ADHD from somewhere else. Apparently, there's something called like a injustice thing that ADHD people have, to where we get like really upset about injustices that other people really don't get that upset about. I didn't realize that was like a thing we were doing. I thought I was just being a regular empathetic person. Apparently, no, bitch, this is ADHD. Or some version of being, autistic or neurodivergent. But I'm not neurotypical. This is what I understand. I'm not neurotypical. In all of these ways, I hate fabrics that don't feel good, bitch. It's a whole bunch of shit. But when you're a young Black girl growing up in New Orleans with crazy people around you, you learn how to really... you learn how to center your shit so it don't show. But now that I'm older and I be reading all of this shit that people be like, I be like, damn, bitch, that's what I've been feeling this whole time. I can't stand Like injustices, like I have to tap out because it upsets me so much and it don't make sense to me so much. Don't let my friends be telling me about some unfair shit they going through with a nigga. That's why I get up here and pop my shit. Because like I really hate unfair shit. And I really, really cannot stand how everybody ignores the unfairness all over the place, right? So essentially, like me as a person, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do because the nigga did what he's supposed to do by me. That's how this goes. This girl, I don't know how long she been with this man, but this man has not wiped her ass. You can't tell me no different. This man has not wiped her ass. And to be honest with y'all, money in actual time and effort and taking care of people like that, it don't match up to me. I know y'all think, oh, she getting a certain lifestyle. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about that. Taking care of sickly people is extremely exhausting. Sickly people are mean. Sickly people are, they themselves hard to deal with, right? They're going through a hard time. They're in pain. They're uncomfortable. They're mean. They're ornery. They take a lot of physical energy. Y'all, I'm sorry. Him throwing money at something is never going to hold the same weight as that girl being in a fucking hospital with that man waiting on him while he goes through all of that. It's no, I'm sorry. Y'all are never going to be able to act like there's an amount of money that that man is giving her that is equal to the amount of effort it seems as if she's putting in with a man that has no toes, no bladder, and is now going back to a hospital for his 13th, 14th procedure. And a child that's on the phone talking about how, oh, you know, you trying to blame her, jokingly blame her for him not taking care of himself all of these fucking years, which is why he's having all of these issues with his body now. Because you could work out, but if you're not eating right, and if you're drinking a lot, and if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing by your body, you're not going to the doctor, you're not taking medications the way you're supposed to, you basically doing whatever the fuck you want to do, that shit catches up to you in your 50s and 60s. That's what we're seeing here. Y'all are never going to act like there's an amount of money that nigga has that is equal to that lady being there, beautiful, young, sweet, waiting on him, helping him, packing a bag, unpacking a bag, maybe sucking dick when it work. No. I believe that she must have some type of, you know, emotional psychosis as to why she's in this relationship. But y'all never about to act like being there for sick men is something that there's like an equal amount of money being exchanged. Like, no. Like, bitch, there ain't a Birkin that's worth taking care of a sickly, ornery old nigga. I'm sorry. As somebody that was there with my dad, as somebody that watched how just, oh my God, the kid gloves that you have to have with these niggas, the patience that you have to have with men who, when they were in, like, that's another thing. When men are not in good health, it is so difficult to deal with them because especially men like him, they are used to a certain level of, virility, right? There's a certain level of I'm a man and I'm strong and I can do this and I can do that. As soon as their bodies start breaking down on them, that shit fucks with their heads. It fucks with their heads that they're not as strong and impervious as they thought they once were. It happens to all men. Anytime something happens to them health-wise, it is a definite hit to their ego. It causes depression because if they were known for being strong and big and they are no longer feeling that, it is extremely detrimental because a lot of times men build their entire identities and their sense of self off of things like strength. Just like we tell women not to build all of their pride off of beauty, men should not be building all of their pride off of strength. Because these are things in time that you will lose. And you need to be able to hold on to your sense of self when you lose those things. So yeah, even though I feel like Karreuche looks like a fucking fool, I also feel like y'all are not about to act like what she's doing is anything other than caring and being genuine, because that level of work to keep showing up like that, y'all, that shit is hard. And women that really don't give a fuck, they would be gone by now. They would have been gone when a nigga bladder was gone, because bitch is not trying to understand how your dick work when you ain't got no bladder. Listen, caregiving is more than a notion. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And in all honesty, even though like I have two feelings about Karreuche as she's doing this. And one feeling, I feel like, wow, like I really do think she is the sweet, like genuinely good person that she comes off to be. And women like that do make terrible decisions with men. They do. But essentially, I still feel like it takes a certain type of woman to take care of sickly, ornery, old ass niggas. And I will always have a certain level of admiration for those women, because I think it requires a level of love and patience that I may not have. Okay? Somebody got to take care of these old ass niggas. Okay? And for some reason, no matter how ain't shit these men can act towards women, there will always be another woman that will be there to give all of this love and attention and sacrifice. Because if you think that Karreuche Tran is not sacrificing something in order to be there for that man, you are delusional. Okay? I hate hospitals. It's a sacrifice for me to be in a motherfucking hospital. Okay? But hey, I had way more issues when we were in our 20s than my husband did. And he was always there. And he was always like a caregiver. So yeah. Okay? I'm going to take care of the nigga. Shout out to my husband. He's somewhere working real hard right now. It's hot as fuck outside. So, you know, just shout out to my husband. Just because, you know, I like him. He's good people. They raised him right. Might be a little trifling sometimes, but they raised him right. Okay. Nicki Minaj mom shuts down talk about Papa Bear being nonverbal. Now, Shaka Khan, listen. Woo! First of all, y'all, can somebody explain to me why Nicki's leg is all the way up there? I've been seeing people post all of these little like videos and shit of Nicki Minaj with her son, him running around and stuff like that. Let me tell y'all something. Nicki Minaj seems off. And I mean off in a way of like Grey Gardens. You know what I'm saying? Like not all there, but inside of a house amongst insulation. So nobody really knows how off she can be sometimes. Why is your leg all the way up there? What is your leg even resting on? She always putting her leg up, y'all. I've noticed that. There was another video and the smile in this picture, the wig choice. Yeah. You know, I saw another video where she was in the car and she put her foot up by the steering wheel. I was like, what is she doing? And then it reminded me of when she was on Kai's show. We saw that and she was kicking at him and all of that shit. And I was just like, yeah, I think we all thought that she was just joking. But I think now we need to start looking at this a little bit more seriously. No, I really do. Because let's talk about it. I think a lot of people like to create this differentiation between island people and African-American people, but all of the island people, I know y'all don't know this. Y'all are really not that fucking different. Y'all honestly had better situations in some way because y'all were insulated and away from white people. So there are some things y'all didn't really have to deal with. Okay. But essentially poverty, you know, is fucking over everybody. Y'all might have had more fruits and vegetables than we had over here. They may not have stopped planting female trees on your island the way they did over here in America. So I think sometimes we're not really like thinking about how our experiences for what they truly are, what the differences truly were, and how Americans really did, like African-American people have had somewhat of a very difficult upbringing in this country. And then other people come here from other places and seem to think that we're the problem. But as time goes on, you start to like notice certain things. So can I tell y'all what I have noticed? Mental illness runs in Southern Black people and island Black people at about the same rate as far as I'm concerned. Okay? Like, I don't know how else to say, but I have just recognized that there are a lot of, like, they seem low key out of their mind a little bit, right? Like, I don't know if it's just me, but there's a very, they be all about their religion in a way that is really unhealthy, but they still have lived like regular secular lives and done nasty, you know what I'm saying? Like, not in a church shit, but they develop these personalities centered around what they believe is like a moral superiority complex, but it turns into something kind of dark. Africans too. Yeah, no. I think it's a lot of them. Just different spices and dialect. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody is showing up very similar to me. Because I feel like we know people that's like, they're not right. They old, they not all the way right in the head. You know what I'm saying? You can't just leave the kids with them. Nikki is starting to remind me of one of those people. And I've had people like that in my family. Like I have paranoid schizophrenia. It runs in my family. Bipolarism runs in my family. And when people are getting older, I think it is harder for them to keep their grasp on the boxes they've put themselves in their minds. So as they get older or they have certain pressures applied to them, everything starts to get a little bit muddy up there. And you start to see what you thought were maybe characters or funny. You start to see that kind of show itself as actual mental illness in a way that you didn't really recognize before. And it gets worse as they get older. I think it's very similar, but in this time frame, we've now capitalized off everything. All everybody cares about is money. So people capitalize on things that really shouldn't be capitalized on, like people having mental health issues. So for instance, Krishan. Y'all, Krishan is a mental health crisis. She should not be somebody that is being used as entertainment. Ray J, something's going on. It shouldn't be being used as entertainment. Nicki Minaj spazzing out on the internet with Cardi B and all of that. Y'all see that shit as entertainment. We all see it as entertainment. But essentially, no, something's wrong. Something's wrong. And I'm just saying from looking at this picture, okay? But the mama came out and the mama said Papa is smart. He is a bit shy, but it's very normal for his age. Lies, all lies. Thank you guys for standing with us. God bless. And this was like, I think, a video of him saying that he was 4, shouting out one word. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's not having any issues just because he's running around and saying one word. It also doesn't mean that something is wrong with him just because he's nonverbal. I think we live in an unnatural system. And so I think when kids come into the world and they don't easily adapt to this unnatural system, everybody says something's wrong with the kid, when really something is wrong with the system. And I think less and less are people really going to be able to adopt and assimilate to the crazy shit that we're now all being expected to go along with. Like, I don't know if y'all are paying attention to the world, but it's like we're expected to just keep going and acting like none of this like crazy, atrocious shit is happening. And I think it's the same thing with the way kids are being raised and come into the world, where it's like they're expected to just assimilate and then act like things aren't what they are. That's really hard to do for some kids. Me, myself, personally, like, I don't know how. I don't know, girl, I don't know how I got to this point when I really think back on it. I feel like I was always, yes, very smart, but my inability to deal with the bullshit, the lying, the pretending to be one thing and then doing another thing, the way religion never made sense. Like, I've just always kind of been like, I don't know what's going on, but I know all of this shit is really weird and fraudulent. Like, ooh. But it doesn't mean like your kid isn't smart. And that's why I said that what Cardi said specifically, she should not have said about the kid being nonverbal and then the kid being slow. Yeah, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that because that wasn't correct. And I think that if you really want to eat, your reads need to be accurate and correct. I did agree with you outing her for being a drug addict. I didn't have a problem with that because once you call my child ugly, I'm going to go to hell on you. Absolutely. But I think it's important when you are going at somebody to not let your anger make you say shit or allow you to say shit that really is not true, not factual. and can be used against you later as it pertains to other groups of people. I think when Nicki Minaj decided to get on the internet and say directly that culture was ugly, no one could say then that Nicki was saying something about a group of kids. But when Cardi went there, it then became, you just said something about this kid, but this kid is also representative of other kids that are nonverbal. And you know what I'm saying? So like, that's why I said that you have to be clear. You have to be very clear. You have to take deep breaths. You have to calm down. You have to not be baited, because then what did she do? Nicki Minaj got her fucking ass on the internet and started deleting tweets. And now everybody's trying to act like Cardi B started the shit when no, you called her daughter culture vulture and you called her daughter ugly. Then she started going in on you and your son. And really, she made it more so about you and you being a drug addict. And that's why your son was having issues. Not the same thing as saying that your son, or saying her daughter is ugly. It's not the same thing. She made it very, very direct. Cardi said something that could then be disseminated. No, she did. She actually liked my video about it. I made the video I made on Instagram about what I felt like she should have done, if y'all seen it. She liked it. And I was like, good. I hope you listen from now on. Okay. But I do be feeling like sometimes I'm like, nah, don't do it like that. Put the fucking phone down. Bitch is crazy. You can't see her. Stop. How would you look fighting with a crackhead? Don't do that. Imagine yourself out in the street pregnant, fighting with a crackhead. Would you do that in real life? No. Don't do it on the internet. I understand her mama feeling the need to come out and defend the baby though. And that don't mean me no never mind. But I also feel like that does not change how I am now looking at this situation. The damage has been done. The damage has been done. Because I wasn't even thinking about Nicki Minaj's son or that anything might have been wrong. I wasn't even thinking about that girl. And after that was brought up, I was just like, well, that makes sense. Because what is going on? Like, what is going on? Because I always feel like whenever she decides to pop out screaming into her phone, here go the video.
3, go!
So he's yelling stuff. That also doesn't mean that he's not nonverbal, because sometimes I believe nonverbal is they're not speaking as well as they should be speaking at that age, right? As she said, not hitting milestones. But also, I don't like that now people are like, your favorite color is the number 5. Like Cardi said that shit. It was funny, but it was about a fucking baby. So now people is like, saying that shit. And I'm like, man. But yeah, no, I think we should just be honest and real about the fact that there is no way that Roman's revenge as Onika Mirage that decided to marry and have a baby with a man who was charged with rape and manslaughter. Girl, yeah, I don't think there's any way we can act like that's about to be a healthy household. I just wish people would be fucking for real. That's all. Like, I'm sorry. I don't care how many little videos y'all post on the internet. She is not all the way right to me. And the man is not all the way right to me. And so that means that child is going to have to deal with the fact that the parents aren't all the way right. They're not close enough to right. Okay? Yeah. Cardi was really going to hell after Nicki said what she said. And I just really wish that she wouldn't have. But they're defending the baby. And I feel like there's no need to defend the baby. There's no need to defend the baby, because whatever happened, it's not the baby fault. And that's why I don't like when y'all bring kids into shit. But let's move on. Where I want to go next, girl. Where I want to go next. Oh, Lord. Because I got a workout class to go to in a couple of hours. So I want to eat before I go, girl. I'm scared. I ain't worked out with other people in a minute. I'm scared. I don't know what this girl gonna put me through. Anyway, Jim Jones and Fat Joe say living free in the real world comes with more pressure, responsibility, and struggle than surviving jail. Says it's way harder surviving in the streets, getting money and dodging police than it is surviving in jail. And I feel like that's because you niggas don't listen. Like, this goes back to how many people had to tell y'all growing up that y'all needed to make better decisions and y'all ignored it and did whatever the fuck y'all wanted to do and created records for yourself. So then it is hard to go out and get a job. It is hard to make it in the real world when you have a record over your head. And so it is easier to go to jail. Like, you're not telling us nothing we don't already know. I'm gonna let the nigga talk. But I'm just saying, you're not telling us nothing we don't already know. Everybody knows jail is easier.
Do niggas think it's easier to go to jail? They think it's harder to be in jail than to be out here in the streets. It's way harder to survive on these streets, getting money, ducking, dodging police than being locked up in jail.
Y'all
with 3 hot cops.
it's harder
and
in
no
there.
disrespect to
I don't
anybody that's
wish
in
it to
jail.
nobody.
100%. But these streets is hard to be on. Do niggas think it's easier to go to jail? They think it's harder to be in jail than to be out here in the streets.
I mean, I guess they do. I don't know. They think listen, all I know is I don't want to go to jail. All I know is that wouldn't be where I would want to be. Okay. I like my freedom, bitch. Okay. Freedom is very important to a soul like myself. Okay. But yeah, no, like, but why are y'all still talking like this? Like, this shit is so stupid to me. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm like, who's still ducking police? Why are you still ducking police, Jim? When was the last time Fat Joe was ducking police? When the last time your fat ass was running from the cops? Let's be real. I feel like niggas ain't ran from the cops since the Hot Boys was running in tall tees and baggy jeans in 1999. That was the last time somebody was running from the fucking police. Y'all niggas is not out here running from the police. Like, be fucking for real. But jail is absolutely easier. It's easier for especially for men. I think jail is absolutely easier for men. Y'all get to be all in there together. Y'all have people, y'all don't have to work. Y'all don't have to have good attitudes. Y'all just have to not get into it enough to not get beat up by COs. But if you get beat up, you'll be okay. Right? They pay your bills. All you have to do is work, do laundry. You might have to work a field or something. You get paid a couple of nickels on the dollar, but you ain't going nowhere. You ain't got to spend no money. You got enough of your little commissary, your little pack of noodles and shit. Jail is easier. It is. But at the same time, I feel like that's only because y'all made bad decisions. And y'all also are a little slow. Like, I'm sorry, niggas. A lot of y'all that get involved in street shit, I know it's because real life is hard, and real life was hard from jump. It was hard to pay attention in school. It was hard to care about your grades. It was hard to pass tests. It was hard to get into a good school. It was hard to keep up with college classes. It was hard to graduate from college. Yeah, all of that shit was hard. It was hard to get a job and deal with the microaggressions of white people. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to deal with the older black women in jobs that be wanting to get you fired because they mad because they not the little hot thing walking around the office no more. Girl, yeah, we know it's all very, very hard out here. But it feels like you niggas be pussy and think that you hard. Like, I've always felt that way. I always thought that the way I was doing it was actually harder than y'all fucking off everything and just deciding to go and sell drugs and be in and out of jail and just hoping for the fucking best. Or girls that had, assumed that I'm gonna go fuck old niggas for money, because that was happening when I was coming up out of high school and into college too. Girls, that was a thing. You could have went and got you a sugar daddy. You could have went and got you a nigga with money, and you would have been laying under a nigga you didn't really want to fuck so that he could be throwing you a couple of stacks of money and all of that. Yeah, I wasn't going to do all of that. That was harder for me. Everybody gets to decide what road they want to take. But essentially, people really do be trying to tell y'all it's harder right now, but in the future, it'll be easier if you do it right now. You just have to choose to fucking listen. You just have to make the decision to listen when people are warning you about how you're going to fuck up your life when you decide to not care and do shit that can end up with you getting a record, especially when you black. They will use it forever to hold you back if they can. I guess because I went through that shit in high school, people like low-key using Gestapo-esque type tactics because they wanted to, get rid of all the gay girls and all of that. I've told y'all about what I went through at prep. But because I went through that, people accusing me of shit I didn't do, like all of that. Yeah, I kind of adopted I'm going to learn how to stay out of shit because I'm tired of y'all. Like, leave me the fuck alone. So, yeah, I feel like it was harder. It was a harder decision to do things the right way. And I'm saying the right way because essentially it just depends on where your life is now if it was the right way. If you somewhere you don't want to be right now, then you ain't do the right shit. I'm somewhere I want to be right now. So I feel like I did the right shit. That's my, But definitely when it came to like being involved in street shit or selling coochie. No, I'm not doing that. We wasn't doing street shit. We not selling coochie. We gonna buy a little weed, you know what I'm saying? But it's legal now. So, and I have a medical marijuana card. So, but yeah, no, everybody know. Everybody should know. Street life is easier. And it's a way for y'all to try to like, I don't know, try to not have to go through the things you're going to have to go through in this life. So if you don't do the hard things at the beginning, you're going to pay on the back end. Yeah, like that. I understood that. So I was like, girl, I'm going to do what these people tell me to do. I really do feel a lot of people was mad at me growing up. Like, my siblings and shit, like my cousins, sometimes they be mad at you because you did what your people told you to do. And now your life easy. They life hard. They mad at you. What you mad at me for, bitch? You could have did the same shit that people told you to do. You just didn't listen. I don't know why you mad at me. It ain't my fault. All right, let's talk about this. I didn't want to talk about this. I did not want to talk about this because I didn't want to give this any more credence. Because if there is nothing more disgusting to me than to read the paperwork and know the things that Diddy was putting those women through, like physically, and I'm going to say it again. Anybody that has a vagina, you should know that no matter how many drugs you take, eventually your vagina gets swollen and it gets really sensitive. All the blood rushes to your vagina and it becomes sensitive, which means that being poked and prodded is no longer a good feeling. It hurts. It hurts. Okay? And so I think people are missing this key point. Diddy enjoyed making them have sex until they didn't want to have sex anymore. That's why it happened so long. Because the idea is, oh yeah, you're going to be enjoying it, but I can't wait to see the moment from when it goes from being enjoyable to the moment where you absolutely hate it and the fear sets in that I'm not going to let you stop, even though you want to stop. I think that Diddy was getting off on that. I think he was getting off on the moment where it's no longer pleasurable for the woman and she doesn't want to do it anymore, but she doesn't have a choice. He was also getting off on the fact that all of these male escorts had to perform even though they were scared because he's standing over their shoulder, beating his dick, saying things while they're having sex with Cassie or whoever else. Now understand, the women said I would get UTIs, which means if you've ever had a UTI, you know that it's painful. It burns when you pee. Multiple women said that they had to have sex for days at a time while having UTIs, while being on their periods. One girl was having sex and was sick and she threw up. And he told her to keep having sex after she threw up. This is in the testimony. This is also in the judge, what the judge said to Diddy. That was also included. So when we talk about what Diddy was doing, I want y'all to be very clear on a physical, personal level, what he was doing to these people, what he was doing to the girlfriends. Yes, there is a time when Cassie and the other girls are enjoying what they are doing. And then it's the moment where it's no longer enjoyable. It hurts. They're tired. They don't want to do it anymore. And Diddy says, oh, well, we're just now getting started. Now we're going to keep going. And I know you're bleeding and it hurts and it burns and it's extremely unpleasurable to you, but you better put a smile on your face and act like it feels good. You better perform. and act like it still feels good. And the man, the escort, I know you're scared that I might fuck you while you're fucking her. I know you're very nervous that I'm standing so close behind you with my dick in my hand, whispering things that might make you a little scared. But you better keep your dick hard and you better do it, or I'm going to call and try to get my money back from the escort service that sent you. Oh, yeah, that's actually on record. Him calling or texting about how he wanted his money back because the man didn't come. And he didn't come because a lot of them were having a hard time performing because they were scared. They were being paid to be there, so they were going to go through it, but they were still scared. The fact that they felt fear of him assaulting them while they were having sex with Cassie, yeah, they were also being assaulted in that way. They were also being coerced, because once you realize your body isn't turned on and you're trying to make yourself have sex, even though you're scared and you're not comfortable, in essence, the escorts are also being raped. They're agreeing to it. They're being paid for it. But what it actually feels like is to not be that turned on, to be scared, and to feel like you better do what this nigga is telling you to do. Because yeah, you may want the money, but you're in a situation where your dick is out. You're in a vulnerable situation. So you're here with a rich man with your dick out, and he's behind you with his dick out, and there's security, and he's rich. And so even if you don't want to do it, there is a fear in the moment that you must do it anyway. I just wanted to be clear on what was actually happening. Now I'm going to let this disgusting, thirsty, clout chasing, fucked up ass nigga. Cause like, it's just, oh my.
Based on the way things went, what do I think Diddy should got? Based on the way this was handled, I think Diddy should have went home. That's the truth. I'm sorry, people are going to say, how could you say that? But they maliciously prosecuted him. They totally fabricated a narrative, and they tried to use these women's criminality and give them a get out of jail free card with a domestic violence incident to say they weren't co-conspirators. And I think that was wrong. So in the interest of justice, I think Diddy should have went home. He should have got a program.
So you think that the women were doing something wrong by doing this with Diddy? You think they should be punished for doing something with Diddy because you view her as a co-conspirator, but you think he should have went home?
Some domestic violence counseling, and that should have been the end of it. As far as Cassie getting time, I don't even think about her, because me thinking about her getting time or getting charged is me being vengeful. I'm not after vengeance. I'm after justice. You did this to me. I want justice. I want it to be acknowledged that you did to me the same thing you're saying that Sean Combs did to you.
No. And see, that's the difference. So let's break it down. A woman is in an abusive relationship with a very rich, powerful man. Automatically, she doesn't have any real power in their dynamic, regardless to what any of y'all may feel. Add the age thing on top of it. He coerces her into having sex with men that she doesn't really want to have sex with, but she wants to be with him. So in fact, this is a pimping thing that's happening. That's why they call him a Romeo pimp, because it's done through manipulation tactics of affection and love bombing. Okay? Showering them with love and gifts and good sex, and then creating this dynamic of dependency, and then making them do the things that you really want to do, which are going to eat away at their self-esteem and make them completely unstable. But that's the relationship that she's in. You get called as someone that has the option to come, get paid, do what's being asked of you, even though you are basically being coerced with money, because a lot of times these niggas didn't know what was going to happen at first. They didn't know what was going to happen at first. That's one of the biggest reasons why what Diddy was doing was really fucked up, because he was having them come under false pretense. They were supposed to just be strippers a lot of the time. Either way, they come, they are offered, here's the money and here's the option. You can fuck them, one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen, and get a few racks and go home, or you cannot. Those were your choices. You decided to have sex with her, take the money, and then what were you able to do, sweetheart? What were you able to do after? Go home. And a lot of the people, he didn't even use them that many times. You would think they would use the same people. No, he would switch them out very often. So it's not even like you personally were being used over and over and over again. You could leave, and if you chose to not go back, you didn't have to. That's the fucking difference. But what we witnessed was not just domestic violence. It was Cassie trying to leave a freak off and him knocking her upside the head, kicking her, and dragging her back to the room because he's not done with using her body. So you could have left and another person would have been paid to come back and do the same thing. And the weirdest thing is that y'all will look at Cassie and feel like she was a co-conspirator because of him offering her a lifestyle. And this is how I know that y'all are so poor that y'all really don't even understand that no amount of lifestyle is going to actually make you feel good about this shit. There's no amount of being in a nice house that's going to make you feel good about somebody having sex with you when you are bleeding from the vagina, completely sore, and you just threw up. The house being nice is not going to matter. The bag that he just bought you is not going to matter. The pictures from the Met Gala is not going to matter when you have a disease you can't get rid of, a drug habit that you didn't ask for, and a sore pussy. There are two things that women, we always say are the biggest pains in our ass physically, and that's a toothache or a pussy ache. If you can go through most of your goddamn life without a toothache or a pussy ache, you would have had a wonderful experience here. Okay? So as a woman, nobody is going to tell me that type of situation is not extremely abusive and not way different than you penetrating her and then having the option to get the fuck out of there when you were ready. She didn't have the option to leave. She had the option to go back to her house, but guess who would come and bust down the door? Guess who would come and kick in her fucking door? Guess who paid her rent? Guess who sent people to kidnap her? Nobody was sent to your house to kidnap you, from what I understand. Cassie never held a gun to your head and made you stay. So the fact that you as a man would get up here, you are despicable. You're pathetic. You're disgusting. You're gross. You are vacant of any real spiritual nutritional value. I don't know what type of shit you on. I know a lot of these niggas are scared. Everybody's scared. Everybody is scared because they know he's going to get out within the next year or so. So everybody's scared. But for you to act as if you understand what it feels like on Cassie or any of those women's end to be the receptacle for the pee, to be the one getting pissed on, to be the one getting penetrated repeatedly. You think the same thing happened to you that happened to her, except for the fact that you didn't get kicked like a fucking football and made to stay and continue to get penetrated? I low-key want you to go to jail so you can find out what it really is like to be in her situation. Because I don't think you understand what it's like to be in her situation. I don't think you do. Based on what you've told us about what happened to you, you were given money, nobody fucked you in the ass, and you had the opportunity to leave whenever you wanted to without somebody coming to drag you from your house to bring you back. So yeah, no, what happened to her did not happen to you. You spineless, dick-sucking ass, subhuman fuck shit of an individual. Your mamas should have swallowed you.
Because the truth is, in those freak offs, he didn't make her have sex, but she made me have sex. That's a fact. Based on the way things, she made me stand there and jerk my penis to the point where the skin used to break. That was her. No, come on, keep doing it. Come on, I like to watch it. You have such a beautiful dick. This is Cassie talking to me. Diddy wasn't sitting there doing this. Cassie was doing this.
So what part of you got there after the instructions were given? Why is this hard? So you mean to tell me a woman who you could have physically fought and overpowered, she forced you to have skin coming off of your dick? So it wasn't Diddy or any of the other people that you were scared of. It was her. So you were in pain. And as a man, a woman who is smaller than you and weaker than you couldn't make her stop. It wasn't Diddy or his security that you were scared of. It was the woman that you could overpower. You're fucking gross, man.
Diddy would be high on ketamine, passed out in the damn corner while she was doing some of this stuff. So Cassie should have definitely been more.
You were being recorded. You were being recorded. I am more than sure if he was passed out on drugs in a corner and she were to just stop, if he watched it back, she would have to pay for it later, that she didn't keep doing it. She even said he would have people recording her while he was out of town and watching her on his phone. And then there are other rappers like 50 Cent that has actually said up out of his mouth that Diddy showed them a video of Cassie. We also know that Diddy and Kanye were cool, and they seem to do some of the same shit since they shared Daphne before. Y'all remember that? These niggas are doing the same thing. Kanye was also accused of putting porn on videos, like on screens and shit in business meetings. Diddy did it to people in the studio. Diddy was definitely watching and directing her. He even says, he's the one that says he was orchestrating it all. He saw himself. One of the arguments that they used when he was trying to appeal the case before they sentenced him was that he was a adult film maker. That's what he said, y'all. He himself called himself an adult filmmaker, which tells me he was telling her what the fuck to do. He's saying he was in control of the situation. You niggas are really gross. Thank you, Dr. Frida, for the super chat. Thank you. I am so tired of people trying to rewrite history to justify Cassie's abuse. No, and the fact that y'all don't understand how long-term mental abuse works is very alarming, considering the fact that most of the fucking United States is full of crazy, mentally ill motherfuckers. Yeah, if there was no physical evidence of the abuse she endured, people would be calling her a liar to this day. Kenya Moore even said that he randomly put it on while they were on a date, because that's a way of grooming. That's why I stopped fucking with Princella when that girl said that Princella did that at dinner, pulled up a phone with porn on it. That's creepy as fuck. Don't do that. It's absolutely giving dark web tease. And please understand that the stories have been out there about these videos circulating. And how many times have I told you that all of these motherfuckers are following in the footsteps of Hugh Hefner? Hugh Hefner was the first person to give these niggas the game about having parties, letting everybody fuck, and recording them. Jeffrey Epstein, same thing. Y'all stupid ass president, I believe same thing. That's how he got in power. That's how he got all these people to back him. It's because y'all do shit, somebody records it, and now you are being blackmailed. Hugh Hefner, Hugh Hefner used to have all of the famous niggas back in the day at the Playboy Mansion with all of the Playboy bunnies and yes, that fucking grotto and the underage girls, Bill Cosby, Jim Brown, just to name a few of the black men that have been down there and the shit that will go down there. This is a system. This is systematic. But yes, the way to power is to create a scenario for people to have a good time and unleash themselves. So you give them alcohol, you give them drugs, and you hope that they will show their true selves. Meaning that if they fuck kids or they like to rape people, they're going to do it on camera while you have them drugged and drunk. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. You're going to have it on camera and you're going to blackmail them with it. Everybody's doing that. Everybody's doing that. So when y'all holler out, oh, it's a money grab, them girls, these girls who y'all think, oh, it's just a money grab, they get that from these niggas because all of these A-list motherfuckers, y'all think they got there because they charismatic and they got money. No, they got there because they got the right secrets on the right people. Don't forget Don Cornelius. Listen. It's the art of the dialogue, which they are very problematic. I get good stories from them. They also give me like what the ignorant people are thinking, what the ignorant folks are talking about. So, you know, I follow art of the dialogue, but yeah. The government is moving forward with a plan to seize Diddy's assets that were used during his sex trafficking and interstate commerce crimes. The government wants homes, jets, vehicles, art, and much more. They're going to rape him. Why, if he was found not guilty? Y'all are slow. Y'all are so slow. Y'all read half the headline, don't read the rest. Why would he have gotten sentenced if he was found not guilty, stupid? That's all they wanted from jump. They didn't care about justice or anyone. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I'll tell you one thing, him not having all of that fucking money should make it harder when he gets out. It should make it harder for him to continue to do it. So I don't feel no type of ways about it. You can't leave here with this shit anyway. And most of his goods are ill-gotten to me. Diddy has been getting over on people and scamming people and stealing from people and exploiting people's talents for years. Everything that he has accumulated is probably off the backs of other people's labor. He's exploitive as fuck. I feel no ways about him losing financial stability. Because think about all of the artists that were screaming into cell phones and doing interviews and telling y'all about what it did to them to work and really to humiliate themselves for this man and then have him dog them out and exploit them and throw them away the way he did. Freddie P, a lot of them niggas tell y'all that they did things that they thought, I don't really want to do this, but it's going to get me where I'm trying to go. And then you find out that no, it's not going to happen the way you thought it was going to happen. It's really, it fucks them up. Aubrey, look at all of his artists, y'all. All of his artists at one point or another have had some type of breakdown, some type of mental issues. And I think it's because it is extremely heart and spirit and mind breaking to have somebody exploit you for your gift or for your passion. The energy that these people put into the music, the energy that these people put into wanting to be stars, the way he was able to use that and make them feel like they should. And that's why I know what he was doing with the women, because he did it with his artist. That's why I said niggas do not do shit in vacuums. That's why I know he not no good daddy to them kids, no matter what they talking about. Because the way he moves is the way he moves everywhere. The way he moves in one space is the way he moves everywhere. The way he handled the situation with the judge and the appeals, that's the same thing as constantly applying pressure to women to make them do shit that they don't want to do, making them feel like they don't have a choice, backing them into a corner, asking over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, can't stop, won't stop. The same thing you would do to convince young, docile young women to do shit that they don't really want to do for you. The way you would convince men, grown-ass men that came there to strip and found out that they're actually here to do some sick shit. It's not a money grab. He didn't earn any of it. You think he did, but he didn't. He really just exploited everybody. He didn't earn any of this shit, y'all. Everything is off the back of artists that he didn't pay. Off the back of artists that he... Let's be real. Y'all, do y'all know what they do to people in the industry? That's why there's always, and this is one of my favorite things from y'all, I forget the name of the movie, but the dude from The Ladies Man played in this parody of what it's like to be a singer back in the day, and it was making fun of Ray Charles and shit, because y'all remember when Ray Charles did Dope for the first time, and he goes to the bathroom, and Bakeem Woodbine is like, "You don't want to do this shit, man. Okay, this that boy is gonna have that ass null and void." Right? Y'all remember when he said that shit? And then after that, Ray Charles gets on Dope. And there was a movie, I forgot what it was, but the dude from Ladies Man, like, me and Lyric be laughing at that shit all the time when we see it. Like, "You don't want to do this shit, man. You don't want to get into this shit, man. Walk the line." Yeah. They stole that. But it's because the truth of the matter is, Walk Hard. Thank you. Walk Hard is the movie. Thank you. Shit made me laugh thinking about it. "You don't want to get into this, man." He would do it every time. At least 4 times in the movie, the dude would pop out like, "You don't want to do this, man." And you do the drugs anyway. Okay? But a lot of the times, I believe they give you drugs because they want to get you hooked on shit. Because when you get hooked on drugs, you become easier to control. And when I think about Diddy and I think about what has happened to a lot of his artists, I think that he sabotages them. I do. I think when he's tired of using them, or when they start asking about their money, when they show up on some big red shit, he don't just tell you his office hours are from 9 to 5. Oh no, he's going to find a way to destabilize you. And I think drugs are a way to destabilize people. Get them hooked on shit. That's what he did to Cassie. So y'all think that, he didn't do it to some of these other artists? When Faith Evans started doing drugs? Because she been doing drugs for a long time. When Faith Evans started doing drugs? Was that before you got with Bad Boy or after? Mary J. Blige, when did you start doing drugs? Was that before or after Bad Boy? And we can go on and on and on about all the artists that have ended up dead, mad at him, not talking to him no more, struggling, still scratching and surviving good times to make it. Because if they keep doing shows all the time like that, y'all, it's not because they enjoy it. It's because they got to work. They got to work to live now. Lil Mo said she had it bad. Yeah. So when you think about that and you really put that shit into perspective, y'all have got to stop seeing niggas like Diddy like they just some great black man. That's a lie, y'all. Just like they was lying to y'all about everything else when we was growing up. Shit in the school, shit on TV, shit about other countries. Y'all remember how they used to lie to us about what was going on in Africa through them fucking commercials where they was asking you to send a penny a day to some fucking body? So they got you thinking that everybody in Africa, the people that the slave trade left behind is just outside, no shoes, no clothes, in huts, flies all over the place. They starving with big bellies and all of this. Remember how they made you think that, and then you grow up and you get out the country and you realize that was a scam and that was some bullshit? And even if people do live like that in certain areas, most of the areas are cities and populated just like anywhere else in the world, you realize it was a scheme that Todd set up the entire time. Well, please understand, any black man that you pedestalized anytime, any black man that you have ever pedestalized, be very clear. Be very, very clear. These niggas are not heroes. They are not heroes. I don't know why you need that. I don't know why you all our stars, man. They killing all our black stars, man. Dave Chappelle been saying that shit since the early 2000s. I think it's finally time to come to terms with the fact that ain't nobody doing nothing to these niggas. These niggas is doing it to themselves. Just saying. Fate been skin slow. No, I know, but I know she came into the industry very early on. I also know that the way Faith Evans talks about her life, and the other thing, you grew up in the church, but you also was calling yourself a hoe because you was having sex at a very early age. With people your age, Faith, let's talk. Because I really noticed like a lot of women will dismiss their abuse and act as if they was just being hot in the puss. Ma'am, no, you were assaulted. It's not what y'all thought it was. None of it was ever really what y'all thought it was. Investigate everything. Judge says he won't approve Diddy's preferred prison, but will recommend a facility in the defense's selected location. So that means he's not going to be going to Jersey. He might just be going somewhere in New York. But he wants to get into a program where they allow him to get time served and, you know, good behavior for going through a drug rehab situation. And I just kind of feel like what I know about people that do drugs over long extended periods of time, they get off drugs so that when they get back on it, the high will be just as good as the first time. Because once you do drugs so much, you become desensitized. So you got to take more drugs and more drugs and more drugs. And I also know that if you've been doing a lot of drugs for 20, 30 years, maybe, if you get off the drugs, you're going to be really sick and you might actually end up dying soon after getting clean. So I personally don't believe that he's actually clean. I don't. And if he is clean, then I think as soon as he gets out, he's going to be right back there. I do. So no, I don't think that he needs to be talking to anybody about how to be clean and how to do anything because you don't have your shit together. So the fact that you think that's what they were talking about with the hubris, why do you think you're in a position to teach anybody anything? You obviously haven't been humbled enough if you think your small stint in jail has given you enough know-how to teach other people about how to stay sober. No. In all honesty, I don't even like him being close to people that are in such dire straits because he's so manipulative. I can't imagine a type of mind games and manipulation tactics he would use on people that are already looking up to him, that are in prison, that are coming off of a drug habit. He's somebody that kind of makes people act like cult members. The way the people that work for him talked about him and all of that. Oh, he made me a better man. Sir, you look like a drug addict that doesn't have any place to stay. I don't know how he made your life better. I don't know how he made your life better. They say that man had on the same suit 2 days in a row at the courthouse. How did he make your life better? You seem to have a drug problem now. How did he make your life better? Yeah, I don't trust him around other people, and I damn sure don't trust him around men that are susceptible to drug use. Like, that doesn't even make any fucking sense. Like, in what world, y'all? Can y'all tell me, in real life, in what world would y'all want a drug addict, pimp, mogul to be helping men get off drugs? Because it's giving you just gonna end up pimping them niggas out. That's what it's giving to me. It's giving you're gonna end up pimping them niggas out. Just like you were doing to the man that was just talking to us about how Cassie was doing this and doing that to him on that bullshit. Yeah, it is definitely giving you looking for a new supply of men to turn into sex slaves. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him around anybody, y'all. That's insane. If my mind can go there, you know his mind can go there. Oh, girl, I've been up here for a long time. I didn't even realize it. Are y'all having a good time? You can't trust these motherfuckers. Andra Day has filed a countersuit against her former manager, Jeff Evans, alleging he embezzled at least $1.6 million from her over the course of their 14-year business relationship. The complaint accuses Evans of being caught red-handed stealing, including diverting a $600,000 recording fund and $1 million in royalties. Andra claims Evans also withheld payments owed to her and left her facing eviction due to financial instability caused by his actions. Her suit comes after Evans filed his lawsuit on Monday, asserting that Andra owes him for unpaid royalties and back-end payments, as well as an additional $850,000 per their alleged contractual agreements. Now, if this person did this to her, I would believe it. They did it to Rihanna. Like, I'm sure there are so many other women that this has happened to in the industry. They trust people with their money and the people steal from them. Like, it happens all the time. It happens all the time. And Diddy is one of the people that was doing it to his artists as well. Not in this exact way, but definitely in a way of they didn't get their royalties, you got it. And then once there was no more value, when the market had changed, now you want to give it back to them, and it don't even mean anything now. It don't even have the same value as it had when you stole it from them. Y'all gotta be careful out here, man. Kesha, it happened to Kesha. Mm-hmm. Didn't somebody else have to go and fight a nigga for they shit? Was it Taylor? I don't know. Somebody had to go fight a nigga for their music. There's always somebody. Clive Davis gave him that $1 million to start Bad Boy, which is wild because you gotta be out your mind. Mary was before. Okay. I can only imagine though what actually happened between Mary J. Blige and Diddy. I can only imagine because they fell out for a long time. So yeah. TLC pulled up to the studio. Tony Braxton didn't have no fucking money. It's a lot of people. Yep, Taylor Swift. Yeah, so it was Taylor and Scooter. Like they didn't want Bernie to educate others how to do what he did. It's in Mary's eye. It's in Mary's whole person that she did. Irvin, Ashanti Child, so many people. They exploit these pimp-like niggas, find talented people and exploit them. Speaking of exploiting people, Cam. If Cam not gonna do nothing, he's gonna exploit the piss out of his relationship with Jasmine Brown. Jasmine Booty Hole Brown and Cat in the Hat Cam Newton. Once again, showcasing their weird ass, abusive, toxic relationship to everybody as if it's a goal or something. Actually, I believe it is conservative propaganda. Anything that makes y'all think that women are happy in these very submissive, subservient roles in relationships, I think it's propaganda and I think it's bullshit.
There's a possibility for you to cross paths with someone, then yes, I think that should be vocalized. Yeah. But if it's like you're a hometown, crush, and they're never gonna cross, he don't need to know that. See, that's none of your business. The only reason you gotta keep close to the chest.
The simple question is, bro, I just want to know your list. I don't care
that's
to
crazy.
what.
No, still though, you still smash my shorty. I
does it count? It 1 off or 10 off, it still counts.
Yes,
it's still off.
You got
it.
And had a one-night stand with somebody. You're not telling your girl I was in Turks and Caicos 10 years ago with my boys and I hit so and
that's why you lead.
Business.
Okay, that's why you lead with everything so you don't mess up a vibe. And this is the thing that we all have to understand. Mm-hmm. What works for me may not work for you.
That's fact.
Cinderella's shoe was fit for Cinderella. My name is Cam Newton. I can't put on Cinderella's shoe.
We know that's right.
So that's cool. So I'm like, yo, we get into this. That'll never be.
There's a possibility.
Oh, you really don't like when women say that they would never allow themselves to be disrespected by such a fool. You really don't like that. That's why I'm telling y'all, him getting in this relationship with her, I believe now more than ever with him saying that you saw that girl saying that you're going to get your natural ass played and you decided to go over there and apply $1 million pressure on her so that you can turn her into the very thing that she seemed to hate. And I know you come off as dumb, but I imagine you play dumb. And the setup was the relationship from the start. To watch her talk and say the things that she did and decide that you were going to go and get her and break all of that apart. Yeah, I think so. And I think you started off by doing shit like this, asking a woman for her list so that you can basically shame her, because that's what it does. The feeling that you would feel as a woman from somebody asking you for a list of people you fucked is shame. You would feel shame and you would feel guilt as you wrote down men that maybe you didn't listen. I am not one of them women that was out here like having a lot of sex, but I wish that I was. I wish that I was. And then I wish a nigga to ever turn to me and ask me for my list, because I'm going to want yours. And the last time I checked in, most niggas have a longer list than women. Most. Okay. Either way, how I feel is that all I want to see is your STD panels. That's all I want to see. I want to make sure that you don't have anything that can physically harm me. Outside of that, unless we are in the vicinity of a person and you feel like you want to tell me that just for the sake of clarity, that's fine. But the way he is talking about it, as if this woman's value is predicated on how he views her sex life, yeah, I don't like that. And it is devaluing and it's degrading. And even though Jasmine is in the comments talking about how she loves so much that, you know, it was a load off her shoulders, you shouldn't have felt a load. You shouldn't have felt a load. This man is a whore. This man has had sex with whoever the fuck he wanted to have sex with. I'm sure he's had sex with many women all at one time. I've seen He Got Game. I know what you niggas do in your college years and your first couple of years of playing ball. This nigga has more than what? 8, 9. He has 9 children now. You're a whore. You're a whore. You don't have the right to ask her for her list, especially if you're not sliding one across the table your fucking self. It's just a weird ass to me. And I think it's absolutely meant to make the woman feel guilt and shame about her sexuality and whatever she's gone through in her life. Just like that weird ass nigga that's on Love is Blind crying, talking about he's such a nice guy because he's allowing her to not give him coochie as fast as she has given it to somebody else. So in order for her to show him that she cares about him, she needs to fuck him as quickly as possible so that he can feel like she treated him the same or better than some guy in the past. That's weird. That's weird. And I would say if you care so much about the other men that I fucked, go fuck them and get out of my face. That's what I would say. Go suck that nigga dick and stop talking to me, because obviously all that matters to you is those niggas. And I want you to go and have those niggas. Stop using me as a conduit. Stop using me as a conduit. And when I talk about how these niggas really are just suppressing the fact that they're curious about fucking another man, but they keep asking you because they want to know what it's like. Just go fuck the nigga and find out for yourself. Why are you trying to live through me, money? It's weird. We was talking about it in the Discord. They was running it. I think Vlad has been interviewing some Valez, some Latina girl from back in the day who was a video model. I can't remember her name. Is it Gloria Valez? Something like that. But she's somebody that apparently was passed in between Nas and Jay-Z at one point. And she tells the story about how Jay-Z and Nas have shared like a couple of women to the, like they're actively trying to fuck each other's women. I believe that Nas had a threesome with, well, not even really a threesome. The girl that Jay-Z was fucking with was partying with his old lady. They bring her back to the house or something like that. She goes into the bathroom. She come back out. They doing something because everybody's fucked up, and she just lets them do it. She act like she was cool with it, but she really wasn't. Either way, then it was another relationship. The Big Pimpin' video. Yeah. It has something to do with that. I think she was in that video. And then it was the Uchi Wally Wally, Uchi Wally Wally, Uchi Bang Bang, that video too. But either way, as I'm listening to her talk about it, I'm like, so you mean to tell me them two niggas who was fighting each other and arguing and beefing through beats all of them years and eventually became friends, or at least became cool, and we started to low-key see them as kind of a lot alike as two of the best rappers in, you know, their own respect. Now it's like y'all were like using women in between one another. It's almost like y'all wanted to fuck one another, but you know, niggas can't do gay shit. So y'all just keep fucking some of the same women, actively having sex with each other's women as a way to what? Make the nigga feel less than, or so that you can, you know, feel what it feels like to put your dick where his dick was. Cause that's what it feels like to me. It feels like a way for niggas that really do want to experience fucking another dude because they respect him or they like him. A way to do that is to fuck they old lady. Just think about it. Think about it. Because Gloria Velez, yes. When she said that, I was just like, to me, it seemed like them niggas really wanted to fuck each other. But instead, because niggas can't be gay, y'all just gonna keep fucking each other's old ladies. So that y'all, you know, I want to know, you know, I could think about what it's like to be him while I'm fucking you. That's what I think. I think Nas and Jay-Z both seem to have did this at different times. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. Niggas don't always know the psychology behind why they do some of the shit that they do. But I think that's really weird that y'all took y'all's beef with each other to that level. It's the same thing I said about Baby, right? Y'all know we talked about the lyrics from Number One Stunner. I like the fucker in the ass while you beat up the pussy. And I told y'all, you know, what that means is that you want to rub your Johnson against another man's Johnson, but inside of a woman. To me, that's a way for you to basically have sex with another man. But as long as there's a woman in between the two of y'all, it's not gay. And yeah, in your mind, that doesn't really make, like, when you really think about it, a lot of this shit doesn't make sense. But that's how these niggas are. They really care so much about not being gay. They don't pay attention to the fact that they're still doing gay shit. I'm just saying. Black people didn't do stuff like that back in the day. And I say that because I watch porn. And black people didn't do stuff like that in porn back in the day. It was white people I saw having a girl tossed up on top of one dude and the other dude on top of her. So they both going in at the same time. And then, you know, once it's over, they back out so you could see like the gaping hole and all of that type of shit. Yeah. Cash at me, y'all. This video may not get monetized. But to me, that's a way to have sex. Like, you want to have sex with a man, but you just got to put a woman in the middle so that you don't feel gay. It's the same thing as back in the day when DL men would leave their house to go fuck another man, but they don't bring condoms. That's how everybody started getting STDs. Y'all don't bring condoms. You know why? Because in their minds, if I bring condoms, I'm preparing to have sex with another man. And if I'm preparing to have sex with another man, then I'm actually gay. In my mind, I want to feel like it happened in the moment and I was out of control. I couldn't control it. That's the only way I can tell myself that I'm not really gay, is if I can say I didn't have a choice in a matter when we know I did have a choice. I'm going to let him finish, and then I'm going to end with this story on TikTok, because that made me want to talk about that story. We're going to talk about Donnie on TikTok and how everybody needs to get their fucking life together. Like, just get your life together.
Ever be me. A lot of times, it's not even about what it is, more so than are you willing to tell me?
Yeah.
If I'm asking you what I deem is extremely surface level and extremely innocent, because I'm not judging, I'm happy, baby.
Right.
I'm not going nowhere. I already know before me there was somebody or somebodies. Let's talk about it. I believe in a relationship there should not be anything that's off limits. That's just me. It's certain.
I feel like that's crazy. You basically saying that a person should have no boundaries. But I bet you when it comes to you, there's some shit that you can put a boundary up against and be like, it's man stuff. You need to not worry about that. That's bullshit. A woman should tell you as much as she feels comfortable telling you. That sounds like a way for you to control somebody, is for you to be able to dictate what they tell you. He trying to act like he's saying something that me. Oh no. No, as somebody that's an oversharer, as somebody that this nigga would get mad at me because I would tell him shit about previous relationships. Trust me, I'm an oversharer. I don't give a fuck. The past is the past. You gonna be mad about it or what? If you're not, then let's move on.
And things that I think like you can't really truly be in love with a person if you don't really truly know a person.
Mm-hmm. Did you give her your?
I feel like that's bullshit because essentially women can never really know you niggas. That's another thing. I had this conversation with one of my coworkers one time when I was still working at the news station. He only wanted to make an effort with a woman when he felt like he knew for a fact that she was into him. And I'm just like, at the end of the day, you could never really know what is going on in another person's head. And the fact that you are like so worried about that, it shows how insecure you are, that you feel like you have to have her locked in some type of way before you could actually put forth any real effort. It's actually quite weird. And it is because they feel so beneath the woman. They feel like the woman should have to prove that she really likes them in order for them to start being nice. That's how a lot of these niggas was feeling. And I would feel like you're not attractive enough to feel that way. But I wouldn't say that. That's how I felt.
List?
I was about to
Did you
say,
give
yeah.
your
Absolutely.
Names,
Okay.
addresses, faces, all that.
See, you're thinking about the initial question, but not the reasoning behind the question. If you're willing to,
No, we actually are thinking of the reasoning behind it. And what a lot of us understand is that you want to know all these things about this woman because you want to be able to put her in a position of feeling shame and guilt or feeling like she needs to prove something to you. That puts you in a power position. That means that you can then dominate her. You will then like eat away at her self-esteem in some way if you are asking her such an intrusive question and then basing her feelings for you off of her willingness to dishonor herself or to abandon herself. That's what you're doing. You're not smart. We're not dumb.
to go over and beyond and say, hey, I did this, I did that, I did that, I did that. I'm not going to say how many times. That's like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
I just really want to know, and it never be, I just really want to know if you're willing to open up and answer the question, because like I said, it's a deeper rooted issue that, hey, we in some real stuff. Tell me what you did. You can stretch your truth or your vantage point about a certain situation. Tell me what happened. I just really want.
I want to know his number. What's your number? I want to know. I don't even want to know who the women are. How many women have you been with, Cam? I bet you he's not going to know. I bet you he's not going to be able to give you a straight number on how many women he's had sex with. And that's the reason why, because it's about fair, right? It's about justice. All right. And to me, the reason why you feel like it's embarrassing for you not to know everything about her, but for her not to know everything about you, is because you feel you're more valuable than she is. The truth of the matter is, you come into the relationship with 7 kids. You come into the relationship with 7 kids. She comes into the relationship with no kids. And you think that you're on better footing than she is. And so she should have to prove how much of a hoe she is to you. And I know that this is what it is because y'all can act like this is not the case. But as I was growing up in my young womanhood, the number of men that I've had sex with, a number of people I've had sex with has always been prevalent. When I was younger, I knew that it was a flex amongst everybody I was around that I could literally name the niggas I had had sex with on one hand. I used to say it all the time. That's how I know that it was something to be proud of. Because I could say all the niggas that I had sex with on one hand. That's it. Very proud of this. Okay. When I was growing up, I'm 30 something years old no more. This is actually kind of sad to me, but that's not the point. Okay. Now the women on the other hand, double it. I felt pride in the fact that I had sex with a whole bunch of women but few men. I'm literally working in the confines of these double standards as a bisexual woman, as a woman that knows what it is to get validation from men for having the ability to get all of those different women, all of those different kinds of women. And then as a woman to have a small number of men of which I knew all of them for more than a year, meaning that I was not a whore. I was able to live in both of those spaces, which is why I understand niggas in a way that they really hate that I understand them. Because at one point I was standing there with you thinking that it meant something about me. Shit, I still feel like it means something about me that I can pull however many women that I pulled or whatever, or that women find me attractive the way that they do. I do find more value in being attractive to women than I do being attractive to men. Because to me, men would fuck anything. And in general, men don't treat women well, no matter if they want to fuck them or not. So them wanting to fuck me is not valuable to me. So yeah, like I know exactly what you're doing.
And it never
I know exactly what you're doing. I know the double standards that you speak of. And I just think it's bullshit. And I think it's just a way for you to be more powerful in you and Jasmine's dynamic, while not following rules that you're setting for her, but not for yourself. Because that's how this works. Men always put women in these double standard situations and then act like the double standards are all over the place. No, nigga. These are your double standards that work to your benefit. You get to be a hoe. You get to do whatever you want to do. You get to entrap a woman and then make it seem like she's trapping you. Like, yeah, y'all get to be both the hero and the victim all at the same time. You niggas are exhausting. And men are very easy. Y'all are exhausting, but y'all are easy. Y'all are even easier to like be in relationships with. I'll just say that. Not really, but a little bit. Not really, but a little bit. Because y'all are just simplistic. Once you figure out what the nigga likes, rinse, repeat. Women are going to keep shifting and you're going to have to keep up with women. You're going to have to pay attention. You're going to, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes it don't matter how much you pay attention and how much you try to keep up with whatever the woman's needs and wants are, she's still going to change her mind because that's how women are. So that they're going to like you one day and be all into whatever you're doing. And the next day, not talking to you. Yes, girl. So being with women is not for the weak. I understand where niggas be coming from, but I also feel like stop being a hoe. If you want women, stop, like just do it. Like do what it means to be with women. Stop being a hoe. Play your position. Because the women is out here playing their position. Play your position, nigga. Stop acting like a hoe. I did want to talk about Celeste Rivas. Hold up. Let me see if there was anything new. Because I follow this one chick on TikTok and she does really good, like up-to-date breakdowns of a lot of this shit. I started following her during the Diddy trial. Okay, this is just from a week ago. I want to talk about Celeste and then we're going to talk about Dion. Y'all like these long lives. Y'all will be all right.
Information coming out about Celeste Hernandez and David. According to police records obtained by TMZ, cops came to Celeste Hernandez's home 11 times in a year. And these 11 calls that happened in a year's time frame started in February of 2024, which we know is the very first time that Celeste went missing from home, all the way until April of 2025. 2 of these phone calls happened on March 19th of 2024, which is the second time that Celeste ran away, and she was caught on video surveillance running past a corner store that she would usually go to after or before school. And then there was a phone call to police to go to this corner store where Celeste was seen on surveillance video. We don't know a lot about these calls, but we know most of them were listed as minor crime investigation. But the other details that we are finding out surrounding this does leave everybody with questions. Because recently, one of Celeste's former classmates came out and also talked to TMZ and said that Celeste would joke about running away before she ended up going missing. And he explained that Celeste would say that she was unhappy at home and this is basically why she wanted to run away. He claimed that she didn't give much details except saying that her parents were mean to her. But he did say that she would say that she was going to run away to live with David. At the time, he thought that it was just a joke. Like, yeah, right, you're going to go live with David, until she really ended up going missing. Also have to remember, Celeste's former teacher said the same thing, that the first...
So yeah, this is the same one from the last time. The main thing that I wanted to discuss was that it came out over the weekend that they said he still wasn't a person of interest. And I just don't understand how he's not even a person of interest. Like, to me, saying somebody is a person of interest is not the same thing as going and knocking on their door to arrest them. But saying that we have questions and we think this person could be responsible or know who is responsible. So yes, they're a person of interest. But no, they said he's not a person of interest, which is fucking weird to me. Then this. Singer David has hired Harvey Weinstein's lawyer to defend him as the LAPD's investigation into the 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez death ramps up. Elsewhere, the LAPD states he's not been named as a suspect, as the Hernandez death remains undetermined. As previously shared, earlier this week, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office ruled her death as deferred or undetermined. Subsequently, the LAPD cannot officially rule out foul play or list her death as a murder. Additionally, the LAPD has stated that it has not listed David as a suspect. Meanwhile, David, born David Anthony Burke, has faced intense scrutiny ever since the 14-year-old runaway's dismembered and rotting remains were discovered in his abandoned Tulsa. So she was dismembered. I need somebody to explain to me how the fuck a body becomes dismembered without some type of foul play. And in his car, in a neighborhood of his manager or somebody, I forgot. But either way, you hiring that specific lawyer is not good. And a lot of people feel like, oh, the police are just trying to make sure they have all their ducks in a row. Man, I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. You should be able to say that somebody is a person of interest and still have all your fucking ducks in a row. Because how does he not know that it's a possibility that he knew he was going to be a possible person in the situation, a possible suspect, when he left that car there and went on tour? So yeah, I cannot. I just cannot. Y'all know the Ooh Ladies First panel is coming back tonight, right? It'll be up here on my channel. That's why I gotta hurry up and get out of here so I can go and do this workout class and make it back in time to, get the show popping. Okay. So I wanted to talk about this other story, but I'm kind of pissed off with this situation with Celeste, because I feel like if it had not reached social media the way it did, y'all would be like not giving a fuck about this story, because for one, this girl is a runaway. She's not a white girl. And it seems as if she had parents that didn't really give a fuck. I believe they said the police came to their house 11 times in one day in the past. So yeah, obviously something was going on in the household. The mama probably was abusive or something like that. Because I told y'all, don't no fucking 11-year-old trying to run into the arms of no grown ass man unless something abusive is going on in the household. I don't care what y'all talking about. Everybody be liking to act like, oh, kids just think they grown. No fucking kid think they grown. What ends up happening is, along the way, your fucking parents make you become an adult by the adultification of making you more responsible than you really should be at a young age. And then when you start to actually speak and know better based on what they've already shown you, now you smart and you doing too much and you think you grown. No, motherfucker, you thought I was grown when you gave me all that responsibility at 8, 9 years old. So yeah, if you didn't made me feel like I needed to be able to take care of me, a younger sibling, and be making sure you got what you need and all of that when I'm 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, now I'm fucking 14, 15, and I'm fucking, and you gonna tell me now I think I'm an adult? No, bitch, you thought I was an adult. The fuck? I'm just, But anyway, y'all, we gonna keep our eye on that story. But I really do feel like if it wasn't David, they would have not even been worrying about this story. They wouldn't have been worrying about this girl at all if it didn't come out on social media the way it did. And the way they act, like the songs and all of that, like it's a lot of shit that makes me feel like you absolutely had something to do with this. And it might have been even like a thing you thought ahead to do when we start talking about the songs and the imagery and the character he created and all of this shit. The character he created was basically like a bad guy type of character that has to absolve himself of the bad shit that he did. Like obviously somebody that's working out guilt or something. Social media is botching the story. Girl, they botch everything. But I'm just praying that, you know, some resolve. And not even just this situation, but all of the situations. Y'all, the way they be trafficking these fucking kids out here is ridiculous. All right, so let's move on so I can get out of here. So this is Donnie.
Picked me up for a date. He asked me if I was a man in the car. I said yes. This man turns around and takes me back home. Now, this is a very prime example of somewhat fragile masculinity, but also dishonesty. Not on my end, but on the end of the suitor. I met him last Friday at a club when I was out with my girlfriend. At some point, we duck off, we're talking, we're chatting, we're dancing, we're like really having a good time. We're throwing banter back and forth, we're being flirty, all these things. Mind you, I am flat-chested as fuck. I am not a woman. I'm just a very beautiful man. Proceeds to kiss me, XYZ, right? Has been texting me every day since last Friday when I gave him my number. He proceeds to tell me in the car, I don't really know how to ask this, or, you know, I really just don't know how to bring this up, but are you a man? And I looked at him and I was like, yes, I am. I'm just a very feminine man. He pulls over and he's like, I just want to sit over and just like kind of talk about this for a second. I've never been in this position before, so I'm just like not really sure how to handle it. I had an inkling of a thought, but I didn't want to ask you and you be offended if you were not. However, it's just not something that I'm into particularly. And I think that's part of a bigger conversation as it relates to Black men being interested in just feminine energy, period. He proceeded to apologize and he's like, I'm so sorry. Like, I just like felt like I needed to get this off my chest and at least just ask. But if I'm being honest, I was just like, okay, yeah, like that's fine. Like no harm, no foul. Like it's all good. He's like, is it okay if I just, you know, turn around and take you back home? I'm like, absolutely. Yes, please. We sat there in silence as he like, you know, did a U-turn and literally dropped me back off. But it goes to show that sexuality truly is a spectrum. And while people may not be into whatever parts people have or whatever the case may be, people are just attracted to energy, period, which is okay. That's totally fine. I completely respect that. I'm not one of those gays that are like, I'm going to go get the trade and do this, that, and the third. That's really not my vibe. And if you are, I mean, pop off queen, do your big one. But I guess my biggest problem is if you had an inkling of a thought or you felt any type of way, you should have quite literally just asked and been honest from the very beginning. Here, I spent an hour and a half getting ready for a date, not really into it, but like I was like open to, you know, just seeing what happens, what would, you know, transpire out of the whole situation. And yet, here we are. Now, this is a first for me. I've never had this happen to me before. This is something new to me. I'm not humbled in the slightest because...
Okay, I'm gonna stop right there because I want to talk. Okay. So I understand a lot of y'all are not good at clocking tea. But I can obviously see that Donnie is a man. Donnie doesn't pretend to be trans. Donnie is a beautiful man. So just like y'all don't ask Saucy Santana if Saucy Santana is a man, understand why Donnie is also not expected to have to tell somebody that he's a man. He doesn't have any boobs. He doesn't have any gender affirming shit going on. He just has a head full of hair. A lot of people were, saying wigs. I'm like, I don't know what y'all talking about, but that looked like either Sowen or Donnie's real hair. Like just how like light the hair was, the hair looked real. Okay? But just from here, Donnie has straight pectoral, okay? Like here, you see the chest? That looks like a man's chest. Very beautiful face, but still I can see the jawline. I can see the fact that the head is a certain size. Men have larger heads than women most of the time. Okay? Also, men will have a longer neck sometimes. Beautiful, absolutely. Nails, not even any real makeup, but the chest is exposed. The chest, like it's showing you the male cleavage, bitch, which should let you know I'm not pretending to be a woman. I'm just pretty. And look how skinny. So you mean to tell me you saw this person dancing on a dance floor? You went up to them, you was talking to them, you kissed them, you rubbed your body up against this person's body, and you couldn't tell that this person had a dick or that this person didn't have breast. You also talked to Donnie over the phone for a week. We all listened to Donnie talk. Donnie has a deep voice. Donnie is not pretending to be a trans girl. He's not. He's a femboy. A really beautiful femboy. He was basically trying to explain that I never pretended to be trans. I never pretended to be anything other than what I am. Okay? I am presenting the same gender as my sexuality. I feel like what y'all want is y'all want people to not like bend these lines. Y'all want people to be obvious to you or to automatically be telling every person that they come into contact with what they are so that y'all can feel comfortable. I think it's weird. I think that you should use context clues. I think you should listen to people's voices. I think you should look at them. I think you should look through their social media. Why would you wait until you get into the car with the person to ask them if they're a man? You could have asked them that via text. You've already kissed them. You've already danced with them. You've already talked for a week. And I don't like, because I saw people saying it in the comments, oh, that's dangerous. Dating is dangerous anyway. Dating is dangerous anyway. Dating is dangerous for women who are presenting as women and who are born female. It's dangerous for people like me. It's dangerous for anybody dating a man. It is dangerous to date men. My aggravation with this topic came in the way people, it's like it's not clicking on TikTok. It's like it's not clicking. Because Donnie is pretty, y'all want Donnie to stop being feminine and pretty so that people will know that Donnie is a man. But Donnie is like, I don't have to do that. I can be feminine and pretty and still be a man. I don't have any titties. I just have hair and nails. I'm not even beating my face that hard. You want me to be less myself so you can know for sure what I am. When the truth of the matter is, it seems that regardless to what I may be, you're attracted to me. And that's what people don't like to deal with. To me, the person that was talking to him, I think knew that he was a guy, but thought he was exceptionally beautiful and was attracted to him, liked to talk to Donnie. Then when they got in the car and were actually about to go out on a date, I think that added pressure to it that person may not have been ready to do. They thought they were, but once Donnie is now in the car and maybe not under dark lighting, now you can really see Donnie and see that Donnie is not passing for anything. Donnie is just a very femme boy, a feminine man. You know this because you made out with Donnie, but you were hoping that Donnie would show up in a way that would be not clockable for y'all when y'all went out. Donnie got in a car, clockable, because Donnie has always been clockable. You just didn't see it because you saw pretty hair, pretty face, and you were enjoying the energy. You low-key didn't really care until y'all were about to go out in public in front of other people, and Donnie wasn't clockable, was clockable. That's what I think really happened. You knew, but you thought that maybe when Donnie got in a car, Donnie would look a certain way so nobody would know. But you knew. Because I'm trying to understand how you rub your body up against somebody's body and you can't feel that they don't have titties. As somebody that dates and likes masculine presenting women, I don't understand what any, like, I don't understand. I honestly, I know when trans men, like I know what trans men are trans men. Like if I'm on TikTok and I'm scrolling and I see a trans man and they got a full beard, I'm like, that's a trans man. You know why? Because essentially I can still see the bone structure that is less prominent than men. And it's not all the time, y'all. It's not all the time. But to me, you can't unfeminize motherfuckers' faces sometimes. Like you just can't. Like people just like, I can tell. Look at your cheeks. I can tell. You're a trans. I'm gonna respect you. You, he, him. I respect you. Okay? It's whatever you want. All right? Yeah, it don't make me no never mind. But I just think it's weird for everybody to be like, but you should have told him. First of all, when he asked, I said it. What are y'all talking about? But I think what the real aggravation is that y'all think we having a conversation about trans people not telling people what they are and all of this type of shit. That's not what this is not the conversation. This is a gay man. This is somebody that is not trying to fool anybody. So when asked, he said yes. But the fact that everybody's like, oh, that was so dangerous. No. What was crazy is for the nigga to wait until he picked Donnie up to ask Donnie the question. Now you want to be thinking about this. You should have been thinking about it the entire week when you were texting and calling and planning to go out. Maybe you should have thought about it before you made out with Donnie on the dance floor, before y'all exchanged fucking information. You've already done the gay thing, nigga. I don't know if you know. Somebody that's just not ready. That's what it felt like. It's somebody that thought they was ready, but just not ready. And that's fine. But Donnie can come online and say, nigga, I never said I was trans. What is wrong with you? Now I'm feeling played and feeling like I like somebody and now they don't like me, which obviously hurt Donnie's fucking feelings a little bit. Like, it's cool. But no, nigga, you hurt my fucking feelings. Don't come up to me making out with me, grabbing all on me, and now you want to act like you ain't know what the fuck I was and all of that. That shit, that's fucked up. I spent an hour getting cute. I come downstairs and now you making me feel like I need to be in fear of my life as if you couldn't ask me that shit over the phone? No. No. Donnie don't have to say nothing to nobody. Niggas need to either be attracted to who they're attracted to and stand in it, or leave people the fuck alone and go jack off at your house. Take your ass on Twitter, pretend to lackadaisically find a video with somebody with titties and a dick, and just go ahead and do whatever it is you trying to do. But don't be out here making people feel bad about themselves. Oh yeah, raising people motherfucking cortisol levels and all of that because you want to play around with your sexuality that day. Don't do that. I blame the other guy, even though, it could have been worse. Everything can always be worse. Fuck these niggas. Ask questions like that via text message or over the phone. Don't wait till I get in a goddamn car to ask me no shit like that if you so worried about it. Definitely gives he wanted Donnie to be trans, not the femboy he is. Yep. That is absolutely what it's giving. It's giving you wanted to go out with an unclockable trans girl. That's what you wanted. And that's not who Donnie is. So when Donnie tells a story about just how it made him feel, y'all all online like, you should have told that man. Told him what? I ain't got no titties, bitch. Listen, in case you were wondering, I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying, like, people be trying to like force people into like these situations. Like, no, motherfucker, y'all infantilizing these weird ass niggas that want to be able to hurt people and say it's because they got tricked. All them niggas be knowing them niggas be gay. Y'all don't, and they be knowing motherfuckers is trans too. I want y'all to stop letting niggas convince y'all that they don't know when people be trans. Them niggas know. Them niggas know. And then most of the time, I think based on what I've heard from some of the girls, that when they do get hurt, it's by niggas that are in active relationships with them that know exactly who they are, have probably sucked their dick, but wanted to beat their ass because it's not as simple. And I think people think that, like, they think if you have a sexual experience with somebody, oh, now you gay and you just about to be gay. And then that's just that. That's not how that happens, y'all. People tiptoe out the closet. They see what everybody's response gonna be, and then they step their ass back into the closet. Okay? It happens all the time. It happens all the time. And I really do feel like this is an example of that. But this is why it shouldn't be that big of a deal, y'all. This is why we shouldn't be measuring people's womanhood and manhood based on their sexuality. This is why you should let people be whoever they are. And y'all know I read books and shit, right? So like, I can remember times reading and having them talk about how pre-colonialization for certain indigenous people, and just kind of, years and years ago before we evolved, male and female were more alike in size and in physicality than we are now. And that essentially men became bigger and stronger because they needed to prove to us that they were worthy of being replicated. Just like now, how niggas are basically ruled by sex, it was the same thing back then. It was the same thing when we were developing, as humans. They wanted to have sex and procreate. That's what they felt the need to do. How do you do that? You have to be chosen by the woman. Just like in all of the other, mammals and in nature, the women pick the men to procreate with. So the men, all of the peacocking and proving how strong they are, proving how attractive they are. That's why a lot of the feminine things that y'all assign to women now used to actually belong to men. Because when men had to prove that they were attractive and they were good enough for a woman to have a baby with them, men had to actually perform for women's pleasure. Yeah, I know. Y'all don't think there was ever a time like that, but there was. It's literally why men evolved to look the way that they do now. Because they had to prove something to the women that they, to the females that they wanted to procreate with. We haven't actually progressed since those times. Y'all progressed, y'all became bigger and stronger, and then y'all decided that y'all retarded asses needed to be in charge, but girl, and here we are today with nobody evolving and time regressing into the past, because whenever you put retarded niggas in charge, we're going to do what? Regress. That's how it works. That's how it works. So yeah, hope I made all of that make sense for you guys. I hope you have a great day. I'm gonna go so I can go and eat something before I go and do this extenuous workout. I love you guys. I hope you have a really great day, and I will see you guys tonight for the Ooh Ladies First panel right here on my channel. So peace out. Bye.